who is total and who's always around us, who we think and beyond our thoughts. Pachacamac, we ask you for permission to start this Andean ceremony according to our ancestral traditions, to call the best omens, the union of our hearts and objectives. So the second International Summit on Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine is a success. Taita Inti. We want our hearts to be always joyful, with good decisions in our spirit. Clarify our mind. Give us good ideas, good projects, good initiatives. Everything in our understanding and in the direction who call this event should be complied. Provide the energy of life, clarity, and good decisions. Taita Inti. Taita Inti, this coca is for you. The spirit of the mountains of the east, the west, the north, and the south. Huaytapallana, our peak mountain. Pariajaja, Apu. Lima, Apu. Cerro Colorado, Apu. San Jerónimo, Apu. Cucharo, San Cristóbal, Apu. Talcantay, Machu Picchu, Huascarán, Apus. Mixti, Apu. All of our Apus, mountain gods, who accompany us. We ask them to help us, to accompany us with the necessary strength. You will survive. We commit to take care of you, each of your water sources, provide you the best for all human beings and for living beings in our planet Earth. Also our rivers, saluting them because they are energy, well-being, progress, and health for human beings, animals, and plants. Paracocha Hatun Mamacocha. We want to send this message of respect, love, and affection with this polka offering with the best in our heart. Please fructify. We ask you for your best wishes for this event, the second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. We thank you with this polka offering, our apus, yacachillas, and our people's guides who chose the way Manco Cápac, Mamaoc, Bartolina Sisa, Tupac Amaru, Uchu Pedro, Atisparia, Juan Santos Atahualpa, and so many others who showed the way to us, even sacrificing their lives.
Pero nuestros maestros nos corrigen y nos dicen, a lo que ustedes llaman Pachamama es Mamapacha.
Our masters correct us and they say, what you call Pachamama is Mama Pacha. Our mother nature is the universal nature. Mama Cocha, Hatung Mama Cocha. Hatung Mama Cocha. The mother of all waters, the sea. Your daughters are the great lakes in the mountains, lagoons, rivers, ravines, springs. Also, our rivers, we salute you because you are energy of well-being and progress, harmony in our workplaces and homes should not be absent in this very important event we're going to share with you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. The Medical Association of Peru, through its Traditional Medicine Committee, together with national and international organization, welcomes you all to this event, the second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. Our elders left us the understanding that everything that exists comes from a single and unique source that transcends time and space, and this offering has thanks, giving and taking. Intention should be providing happiness to that who gives and that who receives. This is why it's important to keep our ancestral traditions in the sense that of the awareness that everything has a life. If we remember this concept, we will reach universal fraternity. Therefore, with this offering to Mother Nature, we start this event that has international organizers such as the virtual library on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. Medicines that are traditional, complementary, and integrative network. The Academy of Traditional and Interactive Medicine. TCIM is co-organizers, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, the National Health Institute, the National School of Public Health, and the San Marcos University. We also have the sponsorship of the Pan American Health Operation, WHO, the Embassy of India and the Embassy of China in Peru, and the San Andres University. So we finish with this presentation of the authorities and distinguished guests. We have Dr. Gustavo Rosel de Almeida, Vice Minister of Public Health at the Ministry of Health of Peru. We also have His Excellency Ambassador of India to Peru and Bolivia, Mr. Mandarapu Subarayudu, and His Excellency Ambassador of the People's Republic of China for Peru, Mr. Liang Yu. Economist Fiorella Molinelli Apistondo, Executive President of the Social Security, that collaborates with the WHO unit on traditional and complementary medicine. Mr. Orestes Cachayusa, who's president of San Marcos, the dean of the University of San Marcos too. Ms. Ania Perez de Cuellar Lutensa, chair of the National Institution of Defense for Competition and Protection of Intellectual Property. Dr. Benjamin Marticorena Castillo, president of the National Council of Science, Technology, and Innovation, CONCITEC. Deans of regional associations of the Medical Association of Peru, and also national regional health directorates. The table of honor is made up by Dr. Alfredo Felix Lopez, who chairs the Ethics Committee of the National Medical Association of Peru, and who represents the Dean of the National Medical Association of Peru. Marta Villar Lopez, Chairman of the MTCI and the Committee of the Organizer. Dr. Carlos Roberto Garzón, representative of PAHO, WHO in Peru. Dr. Socorro Gross, representative of PAHO, WHO in Brazil. We have Natalia Sofia Aldana Martinez as co-organizer. She is a member of the Network of Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine of the Americas. Dr. Ricardo Gelman, president of the Brazilian Academic Consortium for Integrative Health, and Dr. Tabitha Parker, executive director of the Academy of Integrative Health and Medicine. Traditional and complementary medicine, according to the WHO, is still used by approximately 80% of the world population. This is why it's so important to develop different strategic lines to progress in articulating traditional and complementary medicine in the systems and services of health in the country. This is how we start with a welcome word by Dr. Alfredo Celis Lopez, who chairs the Ethics Committee in the National Council of the Medical Association of Peru. He is representing the Dean of this association. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Dr. Alfredo Celis Lopez. I'm chair of the Ethics Committee of the Medical Association of Peru. I'm representing the Dean, Dr. Miguel Palacios Celis, who, due to health reasons, cannot be with us. I bring his warm greetings to this important event, the second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, or towards an integrative medicine. This event has been organized as expressed by the National Association of Peru through its Committee on Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine in coordination with the National Health Institute through the Intercultural Center for Health and important national and international institutions. This important event that holds us today has precedent the first summit on traditional, complementary medicine that took place from 7th to 11th November in 2007 in Lima. This important event finished by issuing the Declaration of Lima that gathered and proposed strong recommendations for integrating traditional complementary medicine in systems and programs of health. We have more than 180 panelists of 30 countries who will share their experiences and knowledge, providing us with the possibility of getting to know how important it is and the reality of each country concerning traditional medicine. The objective of this important event, that, as we said, Colas this morning, has gathered this morning, aims at offering an exchange forum for experiences and knowledge among countries in different regions and showing their different realities in connection with traditional medicine. Its important objective is also starting, articulating, and integrating traditional and complementary medicine in the healthcare services and systems. About 6 months ago, we started updating the Code of Ethics of the Medical Association of Peru. Within this Code of Ethics, we incorporate the concept of integrative medicine. A new concept that I see is the one in the title of this second summit that says traditional and complementary medicine towards an integrative medicine. As we know, it will integrate traditional and complementary medicine for a better understanding, having the person, his or her context and environment into account. This is why I congratulate you for the title of this event that includes this new concept, this new way of regarding traditional medicine. Complementary means a complement of, but integration integrates all the experiences and knowledge of traditional and complementary medicine on behalf of all the population. As was said by Mr. Cerimonia, it is used by 80% of the population. Therefore, it has tremendous importance. I'm very pleased to represent the Dean this morning in this very important event. I welcome all the participants and all the panelists who will make of this important event a success. With no more to say, I reiterate the greeting of our Dean, Mr. Dr. Miguel Palacios Celis, and I wish you great success in this very important event that will be very important for all colleagues, not only those who are into traditional complementary and integrative medicine, but also to everyone who is not familiarized with this important way of treating patients. Therefore, I express my acknowledgement and welcome to this important event. And we will be here so that we can incorporate the important concepts in our armamentarium. Thank you very much and good morning. Thank you, Dr. Alfredo Celis Lopez, President of the Ethics Committee of the National Association, Medical Association of Peru. We are seeking to exchange experiences, as you said, among different countries to contribute with the integration of the traditional and complementary medicine in healthcare systems. So we start with the second traditional complementary integrative medicine.
En nuestro planeta Tierra, habitamos diferentes grupos humanos.
On our planet Earth, there are several human groups with different customs, cultures, gastronomy, languages, and also their own ways of treating and caring for health. For many human groups, health has always been understood as a space of harmony with territory, environment, and community. Along the years, knowledge in health has become enriched hand in hand with science and technology. Currently, in many regions of the world, there is medical pluralism. We have traditional knowledge and health together with medicine, complementary therapies, and the biomedical model. In several countries, these medicines and therapies are integrated and articulated to healthcare services at different levels. The use of traditional complementary and integrative medicines and TCIM is given among 30 and 80% of the population, depending on the country. In some places, traditional medical systems are the first way of health for the population. According to the World Health Organization, in some regions, 87% of the countries regulate their TCIMs. In other regions, only 21% have made progress in legislation. In the second World Summit, we will exchange experiences about articulating TCIMs in healthcare systems and services. Experts from different parts of the world will talk about progress made in legislating practice, products, and practitioners. We will share experiences on articulation strategies for TCIM, development of public policies, implementing useful services and practices for integral healthcare of the person, his or her family, their community, and the environment at different healthcare levels. We will get to know how PCIM research has evolved in different regions, as well as different progresses made on scientific evidence for the safe use of these practices, strengthening training of healthcare professionals. TCIMs can contribute to achieve inclusive, socially and culturally pertinent healthcare systems, strengthening healthcare systems with an intercultural approach, making sure that people have access to them. Traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines are a tool for primary health care. TCIMs can contribute in managing different healthcare situations such as chronic non-transmissible diseases, mental health care or mental health issues, environmental health, managing pain, and palliative care. TCIMs offer tools for strengthening health, preventing disease, and for healthy lifestyles. TCIM can achieve universal health and humanization of medicine. This summit is of all. We are stronger as we are integrated. Now we will have the introduction word of the second Summit on Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine by Dr. Marta Villar Lopez, who chairs the MTIC in the organizing committee. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to greet you all. First of all, I'd like to mention Dr. Gustavo Rosell, Vice Minister of Public Health, His Excellency Mr. Mandarajo Subarayu, Ambassador of India in Peru and Bolivia, His Excellency Liang Yu, Ambassador of the Popular Republic of China, Dr. Gross, representative of PAHO WHO in Brazil, Carlos Garçon, representative of PAHO WHO in Peru, Dr. Celis, representative of the National Dean of the Medical Association of Peru, the authorities that honor us with their presence, lecturers, and dear participants.
If we look back, imagining, for example, the way, the path that humankind has come along in order to understand life, we can see that human beings, since we are on Earth, we have interacted continuously with the and with the environment, with our needs and capacities to adapt to it. And so there were different cultures that have brought knowledge to understand our reality, ourselves, and life. That is, each generation in the synthesis of knowledge of thousands of years has defined the state of humankind's wisdom nowadays. We have had ancestral knowledge that was transmitted from generation to generation, and it has helped to preserve life. This is um, an important contribution to harmony between the human being and nature. And in this medicine that is centered on the human being, the family, and the community, it helps to understand the complementarity between the spiritual and the material, and or in order to uh, um, be able to dwell between diversity and unification. The different contributions of traditional medicine are centered on the human being and its social and physical priorities, and respecting the difference between the cultures and also reapproaching them. In the last years, the medicine, the traditional medicine has grown a lot, and it is observed in several continents and also in Europe and Latin America and Asia that it is continuously and increasingly used by humankind. In Asia, 80% of the population uses traditional medicine. In South America, countries such as Peru and Chile use it in more than 70%. And nowadays, that we have a world health crisis, the TICM has contributed to recover health. The WHO and PAHO, in its declaration of Asana, define that the success of primary health care will depend on the development of knowledge and capacities using both scientific and traditional elements. In this context, and with the objective of generating a space to share knowledge between different parts of the world, the Medical College of Peru, through its committee of TICM, and in the framework of the bicentenary of its independence, and together with national and international friends and colleagues, we have organized this Congress of TICM. Among the international institutions, we have the World Interactive Medicine Repository, and we have the Council of Brazilian Traditional Medicine, and several other institutions, such as one in the United States, also on traditional medicine. The Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, and the University of San Marcos, and helped by PAHO through its sponsoring the embassies of Bolivia, Chile, and also the University of San Andres in Bolivia, and the embassies of China and other countries. Apart from rescuing the great value of ancestral knowledge for societies and understanding the role of the human being as a guardian of Pachamama, our Mother Earth, and the cosmos, it has been a great effort for all of us to organize the summit, and we feel honored to have with us more than 180 180 professionals that will present their papers here. And well, I would like to invite you to enjoy these next 6 days. And I want also to remind you that in order to build a new reality in our health systems, we have to contribute as one single family, an IU, with only one sense and one direction. Thank you. We thank Dr. Marta Villar Lopez, chairperson of the TICM of the organizing committee. This medicine, TICM, plays a very important role for the communities and families. And so now we will have the greetings of the PAO representative in Brazil, Dr. Socorro Grossos. Good morning, everybody. For me, it's a great pleasure to meet again my old friends here. And first of all, I would like to send a very special greeting to the Vice Minister of Health, Peru, Dr. Gustavo Rosell Almeida, and through him to Dr. Oscar Ugarte, the Public Health Minister of Peru, and all the academic authorities we have here today with us, Dr. Alfredo Celis, Dr. Marta Villar, that helps to organize this meeting. And I also want to greet my colleague, Dr. Ricardo Garzón, who represents the organization in Peru and with whom we have always worked together. My colleague, the representative of Virene, who is also participating in this event, and all the authorities, friends such as Ricardo and Tabata. We have been working together for a long time. For me today, it's a privilege to be with you today in this second summit. It really defines a very important moment. As Dr. Marta said, we have made progress in our region in the Americas and also in the whole world. And we are progressing from a traditional complementary medicine to a holistic point of view and for integration. And this is why I want to congratulate you for the efforts Peru has deployed between public institutions and academic associations such as the medical college, service providers, and especially the communities, because it's through the communities and with them that we can integrate these practices, these traditional practices in our country, and especially practices that are also traditional and very old in other regions of the world. For me, to participate today as part of PAHO, and both Carlos, the representative of PAHO in Peru, and myself, we represent an organization that has worked without pause together with the WHO in this strategy, world strategy that we are deploying. And the results of this network of the TICM is one of the is a result of the working together of all countries in order to develop actions to increase people's health status. I would also like to point out that together with all the friends that are here with us today and that have contributed a lot, that we still have challenges ahead of us. We need to have scientific evidence, build scientific evidence, and also more simplify methodologies in order to define ways of treating people that go beyond the paramedical, the biomedical paradigm. I would like to congratulate different health authorities, also in Brazil, that have developed the evidence maps that provide greater visibility to traditional and complementary medicine, and that help us to position the integrative practices in our public health systems, especially in primary care and also in public policies in our countries. Another great challenge we have ahead of us, and well, we also have great opportunities, and this is why I congratulate you for this second World Summit. We are we also have a series of universities participating in this summit, and one of the challenges we have is the qualification and training of human resources in practices, in integrative practices, traditional practices, in that what we still call complementary, and so that these professionals, and when we talk about professionals, these are professionals not only in their university training, but we also want to integrate people with traditional knowledge into our system. The road, the we have a road ahead of us, and we have already come a long way. And so we would like to have easier access to the products of these efforts in order to be able to integrate them with our own products, the herbal medicine of our ancestors, our oils, in order to take health beyond the absence of disease and to be able to create the well-being that we want to have for our population. Again, many thanks. For me, it's an honor as a PAHO representative, but also as a person and a health professional and one of the practitioners of traditional medicine. We have seen the fruits of our efforts during this pandemic, especially in integrating the efforts of traditional medicine in our health services. And during this crisis, it has brought relief to our populations. Thank you again. I wish you much success, and I'm sure that we will come together soon in order to celebrate new progress. Thank you, Dr. Socorro Gross, from the PAHO representative in Brazil. We now invite the co-organizing institutions that accompany us during the second summit of traditional medicine, starting with Dr. Natalia Sofia Aldana Martin, who represents the Association of Traditional and Complementary Medicine Practices in the Americas. Good morning or good afternoon, depending of where you are. In the name of the Latin American Network, the researchers, the universities, the NGOs, we have the pleasure and honor to co-organize this event, and we want to greet the authorities that are with us today and the institutions of Brazil and Peru that have helped us to develop this meeting, and all the other co-organizers with whom we have shared this way, this trip to set up this new summit of traditional and integrative complementary medicine, and the project of um, virtual library of health. We are accompanied by people in charge of this part of our project, and we thank all the people present with us today. And in order to follow our tradition in this summit, we want to share experiences and information that will help us uh, to strengthen the ties among all the countries and regions, and in order to improve our health systems, contributing to sustainable health and universal well-being, and to a world that is better and more enjoyable for the people that inhabit it. We thank you all for this meeting. Thank you, Dr. Aldana, representative of the network of TICM in the Americas. So we'll now continue with Dr. Ricardo Elman, chairman of the Brazilian Committee of Traditional Medicine. My name is Ricardo Elman. Gelman, I would like to greet all of you today. This is a very important moment. We are at a crucial moment in the history of humanity in order to reflect on how we are facing the health needs of our populations and communities. The integration of the ancestral biomedicine and and modern medicine in order to face this pandemic by including plurality in health, um, integrate all the offices of PAHO and of the WHO in other regions of the world. During these 6 days, we will talk about very important issues, public policies, research about traditional medicine in the Americas, incorporation of TICM in health systems, development of knowledge and training, and all of these areas of knowledge will be present in our meeting. And we will also have a common declaration with the participation of all of the ideas and the work groups that started before in our collaborative effort and that will be there at the end. We need to create, together with Paul, a greater unity among us between science and also the heart. Thank you, Dr. Ricardo Gelman, chairman of TAPSIN. And we have with us also Dr. Tabitha with us today. Dr. Tabata asks for a few seconds because she has lost her connection. She is entering the meeting again. Well, in this type of new media, we always have these kind of problems. Well, she's in Nicaragua, and there have been some storms. And so they have had problems with electricity and internet, but she's doing all she can to join us again. Yes, of course, we know that we are all doing our best effort in order to be together. Well, I suggest while we wait for Dr. Tabata, that we continue with the ceremony, taking into account the great traditional systems such as Ayurveda and Chinese traditional medicine. They are also present today. And so we are going to continue with this ceremony while we wait for Dr. Tabata. We continue.
Excellencies, my dear participants, warm greetings. A World Summit focusing on traditional, contemporary and integrative medicine is a commendable initiative by the Colegio Médico del Perú. Besides being part of the bicentenary celebrations of Peru, this high-profile event is taking place at a period when people around the world are still facing the brunt of the pandemic. I would like to extend hearty congratulations to the Colegio Médico del Perú and the government of the Republic of Peru. My compliments to several entities including TCIM Americas Network and countries for their collaboration. India is delighted to be part of this international venture on traditional and other forms of medicine, particularly because India, having inherited highly effective systems of healthcare like Ayurveda, yoga, etc., has a strong domain expertise in the field of traditional systems of medicine. The Ministry of Ayush, which deals exclusively with traditional systems of medicine, has extended its full support to the summit. Ministry of Ayush promotes education, research, integration and evolution of standards of Ayurveda and other traditional systems of medicine. India, with over 3,000 hospitals and 500 colleges dedicated to traditional medicines, is at the forefront in traditional systems of medicine. We have highly accomplished experts from India in their respective areas of specialization taking part in 5 sessions in this event. They have dedicated their entire career to research and development and have achieved deep understanding in addition to having some of the premier establishments. These Indian experts would be sharing their views on different dimensions of traditional systems of medicine. I wish to thank all speakers for their contribution. India and Peru have many common features and one such common feature is their capacity in traditional methods of healthcare. We believe that both sides can gain from mutual cooperation and are thus pursuing institutional interaction. I would like to once again congratulate the organizers and wish the Second World Summit a grand success. May the outcomes of this summit contribute to the global healing process. Thank you.
Gracias. Este ha sido el saludo de Su Excelencia el embajador de la India, señor Mandarapu Subbarayuru.
Thank you. This has been the greetings from His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of India. And I now greet the Ambassador of the Republic of China.
Estimado Dr. Gustavo Rosell de Almeida.
Dear Dr. Gustavo Rosell, Vice Minister of Health, dear Dr. Miguel Palacios, Dean of the Medical College of Peru, I am very happy to participate in the second World Summit of Traditional Medicine and Complementary Medicine towards Integrative Medicine. First of all, I would like to congratulate you very sincerely and send my greetings to the Medical College of Peru and its Committee of Traditional, Alternative, and Complementary Medicine for its efforts and dedication for organizing this so important and significant event in our present times of the epidemic. I would also like to send my greetings to all representatives of the whole world. This year we are celebrating the bicentenary of Peru's independence, but also the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Peru and the Republic of China. As an ambassador, I feel very satisfied with that because our relation is on its best way. One example is the Chinese-Peruvian cooperation in order to fight the pandemic. China and Peru have always worked together and have supported each other. When the virus reached Peru, China was the first country in expressing its solidarity and sympathy for Peru, offering its help very fast, as fast as possible, to the central government and the central government and all the regional governments and authorities received face masks, respirators, and other type of of help for more than $10 million. China organized several video conferences and even sent a group of expert physicians in order to share their experience and cooperate actively with Peru in our struggle against this epidemic. China started together with Peru the third stage of the medical essays of the Sinopharm vaccine against COVID. And it was the first country of donating the first million of vaccines to Peru, even when there was a scarcity of vaccines in China, for Peru to recover from this disease. Both China and Peru have a tradition of several thousands of years of traditional medicine, and China is the country that with a greater production of traditional medications and practices. In this fight against the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, the traditional Chinese medicine has participated in all aspects, and there have been a series there have been new traditional herb-based medicines made by the traditional physicians in China in order to fight the pandemic also. So we are on our best way to integrative medicine, and I believe that this is very necessary, and we hope that through this integrative medicine, we will have a greater mutual learning and to the benefit of our health and the health of whole of humanity. I wish you a great success during this World Summit of Traditional and Complementary Medicine towards Integrative Medicine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yan. From Brazil, well, we now have with us Dr. Tabata Parker.
Un bienvenido a todos y todas, especialmente las autoridades.
Welcome to you all, particularly the authorities, ministers, authorities of China, Peru, India, and others, as well as WHO and Tahoe, particularly Dr. Socorro Gross, who was very helpful for advancing and inspiring many people here and all over the world. From the Academy of Health and Integrative Medicine, it is really a privilege to be here with all of you. We are at a very important moment in history. For many reasons, such as COVID-19, we are in a time that will require us to unite and to top all kinds of obstacles, walls and silos for the earth and for future generations. We are here to promote a version of health for all that includes the right and access to traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. Each one of us should reach our maximum potential in this planet, and we should work until we have equality for each person in our planet so that we can find holistic health, mind, body, spirit, community, and planet. We should also be able to do progress as never before to accomplish this vision. Thank you very much. And we have found lots of information along, we hope to find a lot of information along these days and reinforce this global network we have. Thank you very much, Dr. Tabitha Parker, Executive Director of Integrative Health and Medicine. Now we continue with the opening words by the country office of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Carlos Roberto Grasso. Thank you, Garzón. Thank you very much. Special greetings to the table of honor, Dr. Oscar Ugarte Ubiyus, Minister of Health, Gustavo Rosell, Vice Minister of Health of Peru, authorities of governments of different countries, Dr. Celis from the Medical Association, Dr. Marta Villar, President or Chair of the committee, the colleagues of the Pan American Health Organization, Socorro Gross and Diego Gonzalez, with us in this event, His Excellency Ambassador of India, His Excellency Ambassador of the Popular Republic of China, colleagues, panelists, and attendees. On behalf of Carissa Tien, who directs Tahoe, and this office in Peru also greets you for this very important event. In the last two decades, we have seen two PAHO strategies on traditional medicine, one between 2002 and 2005, and the other one between 2014 and 2023, which is still current. This last one has two main objectives. One is providing support to member states to harness the contribution of traditional complementary and complementary medicine for health and well-being focused on people. The second objective is the effective use of it through products, practices, and professionals. These objectives will be attained through regulation and universal health coverage by integrating traditional and complementary services to the national healthcare systems. There are 23 centers that collaborate with traditional and complementary medicine. Two are in the Americas. One is at the University of Illinois, Chicago, US, and the other in Peru is Salud. I understand that Dr. Molinelli is here in this event. On the other hand, PAHO has developed an inter-program task force that has already been commented about. It is made up by several universities, but I wanted to highlight the Department of Systems and Services of Healthcare, the Office of Equity, Gender, and Cultural Diversity, and the Center for Information and Sciences of Health in Latin America and the Caribbean. I also wanted to underscore the virtual library that facilitates access, visibility, use, and generation of scientific, technical, and educational contents of great importance right now. Traditional and complementary medicine is an important part, frequently underestimated. It is practiced practically in all countries in the world, and it's increasingly demanded. Traditional medicine contributes to ensure access to universal health for all people. In the Americas, traditional and complementary medicine has a diverse and long history. Several progresses have been attained. However, this process still has points to overcome. We need to integrate these approaches in our national healthcare systems and make them part of access to universal health. We also should overcome and tackle with inequities in health. This event is an example of how to continue walking together towards this objective. In the Americas, around 40% of countries have laws, national policies, or plans to integrate traditional and complementary medicine in their national systems and services. More than half of the member states regulate medicine, and many have regulations on practitioners. These are important steps to achieve this integration. In several member states, there are efforts to transform their care models so they are focused on the people and their communities, which means an intercultural perspective on health in providing healthcare services. With those brief words, I wanted to thank you for your attention, wish you lots of success in this World Summit. I'm sure you will make important progress, and I formally open it. So thank you very much, and again, lots of success. Thank you, Dr. Carlos Roberto Garzón, representative of the country office of the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization. We thank the participation of authorities to this second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, and particularly PAHO for their support. We invite you to enjoy these 6 days of knowledge, rebuilding a new reality in our healthcare system. We need to contribute as a single family, as a single ILU, one just feeling in one direction and with one mind. So this is how we open the second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. It is being transmitted in Spanish and English. Lots of
evening and good night. Welcome to the second World Summit on Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine. We are so happy to have many countries today with us in our YouTube channel. We remember you that in our YouTube channel of the CAPSIN, the Academic Consortium for Integrative Health and Integrative Medicine, we will be in the live streaming in English. But if you need the Spanish translation, the streaming in Spanish is right now on the YouTube channel of the Virtual Health Library on Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine, VHL TCIM. You can find in our YouTube chat the information of the different YouTube channels, and also you can find information about the register. If some of the attendants that are in the YouTube channel haven't registered, we suggest to everyone that do it when you are able to do. And so, okay, we will start our first day of the summit. We remember everyone that the summit will have 6 different days with 6 different topics. Today we were talking about the legislation of TCIM in different regions. And tomorrow we will be talking about the research on TCIM. And Sunday we will be talking about the traditional medicines of the Americas region. Next weekend, we will be with our second weekend of summit. So for day 4 of the summit, we were talking about the organization, implementation, and articulation of the traditional complementary integrative medicine in the health care systems and service. Day 5, that will be July 24th, we will be talking about the education, the evolution of education in the TCIM field. And for our last day of the summit, the day 6, that will be Sunday 25, we will be talking and sharing experience about the regulation and of the TCIM products, and also research experience on that. So that is a brief summary of what we will be sharing in these 6 days of the summit. So for a start today, we are so blessed and so happy to have the participation of the Dr. Shang Qi. Let me please share one moment my screen. And before to give the word to Dr. Shang Qi. Let's see. Okay, so we will have a keynote conference right now. Dr. Shang Qi is the responsible for the traditional and complementary medicine unit in the World Health Organization. He is a physician that studied both conventional medicine and traditional medicine. And he used to be a doctor, researcher, and governmental official responsible for traditional medicine in China. He has a lot of experience with the WHO, and he has been working with many projects, and many years now he has been with this with all this work, leading all these efforts with the TCIM unit. He will talk about the strategy of traditional complementary of the traditional medicine of the WHO. So we will give the word to Dr. Shang Qi. And thank you very much for being here. Remember that if you are not able to participate in the 10 hours of the summit today, you will find the videos on the YouTube.
colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you for inviting me to this important summit. My presentation today is focusing on the implementation of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023. Next. The presentation is divided into 3 parts. First part is about the global situation and the trends. Second part is WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy and the World Health Assembly resolutions. Last part is the implementation of the strategy and the way forward. Next. As you know, WHO released the global report on traditional and complementary medicine in 2019. According to the report, 170 countries, the government agencies recognize the use of traditional complementary medicine in the respective countries. So that's occupy 88% of all the member states of the WHO. Next. So you can see all the green parts are those countries acknowledged the use of traditional medicine across the world. Next. So in terms of the national policy for traditional complementary medicine, you can see in 1999, only 25 countries developed the national policy. And to 2018, 98 countries developed that national policy. You can see the continuing increase of the countries on the development national policy for traditional complementary medicine. Next. In terms of national office in the governmental agencies, you can see from 20 years ago, only 49 countries, and to 2018, 107 countries. There is a national office in the governmental agency for traditional and complementary medicine. Next. In terms of regulation of herbal medicines, you can see from 65 countries 20 years ago to 124 countries in 2018. Next. On regulation of traditional complementary medicine providers, you can see in 2012, 67 countries. In 2018, 78 countries developed the regulation for providers. Next. In terms of health insurance or traditional complementary medicine, 37 countries in 2012 and 45 countries 2018. Next. For research at a national level, in 1999, only 19 countries. There is a National Research Institute for TNCM. And to 2018, 75 countries, there is a national level research institute for traditional and complementary medicine. Next. So the above just highlights several indicators in the report. And you can visit our website in WHO for details on the report. In terms of the challenges expressed by the member states, you can see that the top 1 challenge is the lack of research data, of course, followed by lack of financial support for research on traditional complementary medicine. That's one of the main reasons why lack of research, and of course followed by lack of mechanism to control, to monitor the safety of TNCM practice, lack of education and training of TNCM providers, lack of expertise within national health authorities and control agencies, and lack of appropriate mechanism to monitor and regulate TNCM providers, etc. Next. So that's about the first part of the current situation in the world on traditional and complementary medicine. The second part is on the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023 and related resolutions. For the strategy, there are two general goals. First one is harnessing the potential contribution of traditional complementary medicine to health, wellness, people-centered healthcare, and universal health coverage. The other general goal is to promote safe and effective use of traditional complementary medicine through the regulation, research, and integration of traditional complementary medicine products, practices, and practitioners into the health system. Next. There are three strategic objectives, and under each objective, there are two strategic directions. The first objective is to build knowledge base for management through policies. Under this objective, the first strategic direction is to understand and recognize the role and potential of traditional complementary integrative medicine, and to build country profile specific to each country. Second strategic direction is to strengthen knowledge base, build evidence through research, and sustain resources, including intellectual resource and natural resources. Second strategic objective is to strengthen quality assurance, safety, proper use, and effectiveness by appropriate regulation. First strategic direction is on products, emphasize monitoring, enforcement, and harmonization of products, particularly herbal medicines, in the international market. Second strategic direction is on practices and practitioners, emphasizing the education and the training, the skills development, services, and therapies. Last objective is to promote universal health coverage by integration TCIM into the health system and services. First direction is to capitalize on the potential contribution of TCIM to improve health services and health outcomes. Last direction is to provide informed choice to consumers, to patients, about self-health care. Next. So you know that there is a particular World Health Assembly resolution on traditional medicine adopted in 2014, which urged the member states to adapt, adopt, and implement the WHO traditional medicine strategy as a basis for national traditional and complementary medicine programs or work plans. Secondly, to develop and implement working plans to integrate traditional medicine into the health services, particularly primary healthcare services. Lastly, to report to WHO on the progress in the implementation of the strategy. Next. The resolution also requests the Director General of WHO to facilitate member states' implementation of the WHO strategy, to support their formulation of knowledge-based national policies, standards, and regulations, and strengthening national capacity building. Also to provide policy guidance to member states on how to integrate traditional complementary medicine services within healthcare systems. And lastly, to provide technical guidance in ensuring safety, quality, and effectiveness of TCIM services. Next. So the traditional complementary integrative medicine not being included in the 2014 traditional medicine resolution, also included in other resolutions, and of course, several important the declarations. For example, 2016 included in the World Health Assembly resolution on integrated people-centered care, and also included in the Shanghai Declaration on promoting health in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is a conference organized by WHO and member states on health promotion, participated by more than 100 countries' national health authorities and city mayors of the health cities. 2018 included in the Declaration of Astana on primary health care, which organized by WHO and UNICEF and also the member states. 2019 included in the WHO resolution on global action on patient safety, also included in another important resolution on the 11th International Classification of Diseases. Of course, included in United Nations General Assembly political declaration of the high-level meeting on universal health coverage. Next. So based on this, describe the situation and the strategy resolutions, traditional complementary and integrative medicine program in WHO headquarters clearly articulate our mission and functions, which says to promote and support effective use and equitable access to quality traditional complementary and integrative medicine products and health services that are safe, integrated, and people-centered across the life course, across the care continuum, and across all the sectors to contribute to universal health coverage and contribute to United Nations SDGs. Of course, this mission and function contribution through the regulation, research, and appropriate integration of traditional complementary medicine products, practices, and practitioners into the health system, into the health, well-being, and multi-sector agenda. So here you can see we already closely cooperation with other programs in WHO, working on different topics from primary health care to elderly care, palliative care, rehabilitation care, rehabilitative care, promotion, classification, self-care, and medication safety, etc. Next. So here just highlight some key activities conducted by our program, which following actually 4 lines of work. Along the first line of work, focusing on the global leadership, so which mostly through our networks. First network, for example, is the WHO International Regulatory Cooperation for Herbal Medicines, covers currently 46 members, including European Union, Southeast Asia, and South American sub-regional regulatory bodies. Second network is the WHO collaborating centers. Currently, there are 27 collaborating centers. And of course, there is a WHO expert advisory panel, including the experts across the regions. And of course, several official releases, the international professional organizations.
De todas las organizaciones internacionales, y también la base de investigación basada en el conocimiento de las TCIM, de las MTCI.
Documents. For example, we are developing the WHO standard terminology in different traditional complementary integrative medicine forms. Secondly, we are developing a WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia, and we also published many guidelines on herbal medicines. Now continuing to work on this, and of course, we are releasing the benchmarks for practice and benchmarks for training of practitioners in different forms of traditional complementary integrative medicine from this year and also in the coming years. Third line of work is to promote integration of traditional complementary medicine into the national health systems and health services. We are working on the particular report through the reviewing the existing models in the countries across regions to provide the support to member states on how to integrate TNCM into the health system. Secondly, we are monitoring global trends through regular surveys. And so there's a second one. Third one is develop digital health tools for consumer education and self-care. For example, already published guidelines on consumer education. I'm going to update it. And we just released MYoga app last month. Last line of work is about the support countries. We organize annual training workshops on capacity building, particularly for the governmental officials. Each year, train 20 countries' governmental officials. That's already continuing for 10 years. Secondly, we particularly support those priority countries identified under WHO program of universal health coverage. Thirdly, we conduct particular studies and will produce report on a model of traditional complementary medicine in the primary healthcare. And others, we provide ad hoc support based on the need and the request from member states. Next. Here is to highlight several specific documents, norm standard. For example, 2017, we published WHO guidelines on selecting marker substances of herbal origin for quality control of herbal medicines. Following year, published WHO guidelines on good herbal processing practice. Here, we 2 months ago, we published the WHO the key technical issues for safe use of herbal medicines with reference to interactions with other medicines. As I said, we are developing WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia. Next. In terms of benchmarks for training, which covers different modalities or forms, including the acupuncture, anthroposophic medicine, Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine, Unani, yoga, others. For practice of benchmarks, also covering different modalities, acupuncture, Ayurveda, cupping, Nuo Tai, Chinese medicine, Tuina, etc. In terms of standard terminology, covering currently Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha. In terms of the working with other programs on the integration, including guidance document on traditional complementary and integrative medicine rehabilitative care, and WHO global report on appropriate integration of TNCM into health system, and report on model TNCM in primary healthcare and traditional complementary integrative medicine and palliative care. Yeah, as you know, a chapter on traditional medicine already included in the ICD-11, and the first module released 2019, and currently working the second module. Also, 2018, WHO released the global reference list of 100 core health indicators, covering 2 additional indicators. First one is traditional complementary medicine outpatient service utilization. And the other, the indicator is pain management with traditional complementary medicine. Next. So as you know, that the global situation on so perhaps the COVID-19, the pandemic still ongoing, and would like to need, so every country would like to need to understand the better the how traditional medicine system can contribute to traditional to that control of COVID-19. So so some countries directly expressed their eagerness to contribute to the information sharing and building capacities bilaterally and also multilaterally. So the WHO organized particular workshops several times, and to encourage the sharing of relevant knowledge practices in the countries such as in China, India, Pakistan, Republic of Korea, Zimbabwe. So they already shared their practices and knowledge. So the the WHO African regional office established a regional expert committee, particularly working on the this topic. So that's making progress. Of course, there is a need to exchange information on any new achievements to facilitate future activities. WHO will, of course, to facilitate there. Although diversified traditional medicine among the countries, and also the different the knowledge and the practices in the countries, but we definitely would like to share the information timely to other countries, and of course to enhance capacity and promote collaboration among the member states. Next. So here just provides some information from WHO database. So WHO is an international clinical trial registration platform. From that, the platform, at the moment, there are 369 registered research, clinical research in the platform on traditional medicine. Of course, some registrations are only for traditional medicine. Some registrations actually is a combination of traditional medicine with conventional medicine. So as integrative medicine used for that control of traditional medicine. Secondly, WHO database also provides that publications, the articles regarding traditional complementary medicine in the literature database. So 2,457 articles that available in the database, particularly on traditional medicine. Next. So the WHO traditional complementary and integrative medicine program are working closely with member states, and also the closely working with the other partners through different networks, governmental agencies, experts, collaborative centers, and of course the 6 international professional organizations already built the official relations, and also other professional organizations. Next. Before closing, I would like to highlight several the sentences which are already conveyed by the senior management of WHO. First, the countries aiming to integrate the best of traditional and complementary medicine and conventional medicine would do well to look not only at the many differences between the two systems, but also at many at areas where both converge to help tackle the unique health challenges of the 21st century. Secondly, we would like to convey in an ideal world, traditional medicine would be an option offered by a well-functioning, people-centered health system that balances curative services with preventive care. Lastly, to repeat that WHO Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine Program had successful collaborations with the countries and partners in the past, and will further enhance the collaborations in the future towards achieving the universal health coverage and the United Nations SDGs. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Shanki. Thank you a lot for this presentation. It's a privilege for us have his presence today. So, to continue with the second panel, we will share our screen. Let me please. One moment. Perfect. So for our second panel, we will be sharing experience about the public policies and regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in Asia, in the Asia region. The goals of this panel are comprehend the public regulation and policies of the TCIM in the health system of the countries of the Asia region. So we will give the word to Dr. Rocio Santibáñez, who is on behalf of the Dr. Gustavo Martin Rosell de Almeida, who is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Public Health of Peru, but he has a situation of short time, so we will introduce to Dr. Rocio Santibáñez, who will be leading this panel.
Well, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Receive the cordial greetings of the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Peru, which is led by Dr. Oscar Ugarte Ubillus, as well as Dr. Gustavo Rosell de Almeida, Vice Minister of Public Health, whom for reasons of force majeure I have the honor to replace in this special occasion. It is very pleasant for me to share with all of you in this panel Dr. Manu Nisari from Republic of India. Ayurvedic doctor, works in Ministry of Ayush advisor. He has a doctorate PhD on policy research and international laws related to traditional systems of medicine. PGMD from Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda. John Megger with specialization in internal medicine, Kaya Chiksa, and PG Diploma in Disaster Preparedness and Rehabilitation from Guru Gobind Singh, Indraprastha University, Delhi. Develop a Human Bharat, the flagship program of Ministry of Ayush. Developed the Medic Value Tourist Program under Champion Sector of Service to promote traditional medicine-based medical tourism in India. Developed program for Ayush integration in NPCDCS program from prevention and control and non-communicable disease through research councils. Meeting of steering committee of WHO IRCH, both member of Foundation for Indian Traditional Medicine. Next, please. Dr. Anupan Srivastava from Republic of India also. Ayurvedic doctor, Director National Academy of Ayurveda under aegis of Ministry of Ayush, postgraduate diploma in drug regulatory affairs, diploma in yoga. He has a specialization Ayurvedic medicine, Raj Shastra, Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Editorial board member of the Antiseptic World Journal of Pharmaceutical Research. IGEMS, European Journal of Pharmaceutical and Medical Research, being World Health Organization Good Manufacturer Practice co-auditor for Ministry of Ayush. Next, please. From Republic of Korea, Dr. Bijun-mok Lim. Korean medicine doctor, works in Dean School of Korean Medicine, Professor Division of Humanities and Social Medicine, Busan National University, South Korea. Master of Public Health, School of Public Health, Seoul National University, Korea. PhD, College of Korean Medicine, Kyunji University, Korea. President Society of Preventive Korean Medicine. He has been Research Fellow, College of Medicine, Seoul National University, and Head Researcher, Korea Institute of Oriental Institute, Medicine. Former Director, Research Institute of Korean Medicine, Busan National University. Well, we are going to begin with the presentations. Dr. Song Jin Jan, please continue. Dr. Song Shin Jan. Well, okay, Dr. Song Shin Jan.
大家好
Welcome.
很荣幸参加这次的会议。我是来自上海中医药大学的宋新阳。我没学过西班牙语，考虑到有些中医药从业者可能会懂
Could
中
be
文，
that some professionals of Chinese medicine understand Chinese.
这份英文的幻灯片
The slides have subtitles in English and Spanish for a better understanding. I will now present the policies and the application of traditional medicine in China. This is these are the parts of my presentation. The first part is about health status. Part 2, the role of TCM. Part 3, key achievements. Part 4, the challenges. And part 5, future plans. So, I will talk first about the health status in China. Traditional Chinese medicine is part of the Chinese medicine. Its policies are very linked to our root. And what is the situation of community medicine in China? These are the indicators on the infant mortality rate from 1975 to 2019. It's an important indicator for the economic development of the country also, especially the level of infant and maternal health. In figure 1, you see the infant mortality in China it has fallen a lot since 1975. It has fallen to 5.6 in 2019. Here we have the life expectancy in China since 1973. It's an important indicator for the health situation in our country. Here we have the China Health Statistics Yearbook of 2020 that shows this life expectancy and its evolution along the different years since 1981 to 2019. I can tell you that in this new China, people live longer. Every year, the country grows older and the life expectancy increases by 0.6% a year on average. So, how is the life expectancy of Chinese going to evolve? As I work in Shanghai, I will tell you about the situation in this city. In Shanghai, the life expectancy is currently 83.67 years. Here you see the comparison between the total and Shanghai life expectancy. And we can see that the gap is lessening. It's going down. That means, well, that in some time in the future, the life expectancy both in Shanghai and the rest of the country will be the same. Here we have the death rate for category A and B infectious diseases. On this table, we see the bacterial and amoebic dysentery, typhoid and paratyphoid fever, epidemic spinal meningitis, and measles. This is the death rate, the evolution of the death rate since 1960 up to 2019. And you see that in several of these diseases, we have reached a death rate of 0. Since 2010 or even since the the year 2000 in typhoid and paratyphoid fever. Then we have the average of adolescent average of height and its evolution since 2002 to 2012. It's easy to see that there is a great advance since 2002. Chinese teenagers have grown a lot. They are growing still more. And right now, it's sort of, we have sort of reached a plateau. And this is due to better nutrition, better environmental hygiene, and other conditions. Then we have, well, we will analyze now the role played by traditional Chinese medicine and the efforts both to support traditional Chinese and modern medicine. We want to achieve a balance between both types of medicine. And the government is giving much importance to these two different trends in medicine. We have built a model based on the characteristics of our country. The Ministry of Health and the State Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine have issued policies and measures to support the traditional Chinese medicine, and we have emphasized the complementarity between both types of medicine, the Occidental one and the traditional Chinese medicine. And we try to give both the same emphasis. And the government is trying to mobilize all the forces to for the development of MTC by adhering to the principle of placing equal emphasis on both types of medicine, the TCM and Western medicine, in order to jointly safeguard and improve people's health. This is the Chinese medicine law of the the People's Republic of China. It states that we will adhere to the vision of innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development to implement the guiding principles of the central leadership and the development of TCM. These are the opinions of the Central Committee and the State Council on promoting the inheritance and innovation of traditional medicine of 2019. And the idea is to highlight the importance of TCM and integrate it with modern medicine to create a health development with Chinese characteristics and of complementary and coordinated development of both types of medicine. It gives equal emphasis to both types, and they develop synergies also. We are developing synergies between both types of medicine. All the departments at all levels are implementing this policy and fully listen to the opinions of TCM authorities in order to incorporate their opinions in the related policies and measures. And this year, in February 2021, the State Council implemented a series of guidelines for accelerating the characteristic development of traditional Chinese medicine. You see them here on the screen. This model attaches equal importance to TCM and modern medicine, and it helps to strengthen the power of TCM development and accelerate the pace of TCM modernization. Article 10, for example, Article 9 is about innovating medical treatment based on integrating TCM with modern medicine. Number 10 aims to improve the mechanism for the prevention and treatment of epidemics in coordination with TCM and Western medicine. Then number 11 aims to improve the system for modern medicine students to learn TCM. And number 12 improves the clinical research of integrated traditional medicine and Western medicine. We are attaching equal importance to both types of medicine to accelerating the pace of TCM modernization. So this is the evolution, the current evolution in our country, and we are making progress in this sense.
Now I introduce the main achievements of TCIM. We can see three aspects. Zhiweibing, Zhiyibing, and Zhiyibing. This is treating disease before its onset, treating developed and developing disease, treating infectious disease. Zhiweibing means treating pre-existing disease. Wei refers to non-existent diseases. Zhiyibing, treating existing diseases. Zhiyibing, treating epidemic diseases. Yi means epidemic, sorry. First of all, treating pre-existing diseases. That's one of the main characteristics in TCIM. The Zhangxi Zhi Wei Bing means it's better to prevent than cure diseases. Zhi means treating and administering. Zhi Wei Bing means taking appropriate measures for preventing and controlling a disease. Every day, more and more people are using TCIM to prevent diseases, recognizing the Zhi Wei Bing concept. They usually improve their health. They take infusions, herbal teas, medicinal food, and try winter diseases during the summer, and treat winter diseases during the summer. The Chinese government also supports the Zhi Wei Bing TCIM very much. These are policy documents in China that contain the word Zhi Wei Bing from 2011 to 2014. This is the publication authority and the title in English. Concerning treating existing diseases, opinions on promoting inheritance or legacy and innovation and development of traditional Chinese medicine summarizes the advantages of these specialties, including pediatrics, dermatology, gynecology, acupuncture, chirurgery, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, kidney diseases, peripheral vascular diseases, etc.
周围血管病等专科专病，及时总结形成诊疗方案，巩固扩大。
It's necessary to summarize in time and promote treatment to consolidate and increase strength in drug health. There are many ways of treating pre-existing and existing diseases with TNCM. Charged by the Chinese Traditional Medicine State Administration, it started in June 2nd. CACM organized experts to formulate 95 best treated diseases with TNCM, with clinical paths and the use of herbs. I'm going to talk about uterine fibroma, asthma, and infantile cerebral palsy. To present the contribution of TNCM in treating existing diseases. Uterine fibroma is called the first gynecologic tumor. Approximately 330 million women all over the world suffer from this disease. Its morbidity among women of more than 30 years reaches 60%. Many women are extirpated their uterus due to this. Modern medicine usually treats this with drugs and surgery. But uterine fibromas are prone to reproduction. This can lead to repeated surgery and cause much pain to patients. In TNCM, treatment includes traditional medicine, Chinese traditional medicine, acupuncture, and moxibustion. A study has confirmed the reduction of uterine fibroma sizes under B sound studies, while blood concentration of the three hormones FSH, E2, and P also decreased. This was shown in ultrasound first and then in a lab exam, which corroborated effectiveness and reproducibility of TNCM for treating this disease. Asthma is also a complex and highly morbid disease. It is estimated that at least 300 million people suffer asthma all over the world. Western medicine has several secondary effects, such as coarse throat or strange sensation in the pharynx if you don't take water after the use of this medicine. In TNCM treatment, common asthma treatment includes traditional medicine, particularly moxibustion of Sanfu in the canicular period or in the summer period. According to research, TCIM is valuable and effective for treating asthma. Scientific research also show that Sanfu moxibustion has an effective rate of 76.66% in treating asthma, higher by 20.73% in the group without moxibustion. Pediatric cerebral palsy has quite a high morbidity. there aren't appropriate measures for its treatment in modern medicine. TCIM methods are eliminating blood stasis, dredging collaterals, and the treatment includes tuina, as shown in the image. Also acupuncture and Chinese traditional medicine. In China, there are many studies about acupuncture and tuina effectiveness for child cerebral palsy. Concerning how to cure diseases, the TCIM has specialized disciplines in history. Wen Yi Lun on plagues, which are shown in the image. This was completed in 1642 during the Ming Dynasty. The medical author is called Wu Youkei. Plagues described in the book refer to large-scale epidemics. The book is not the first in studying plague in the history of TCIM, but it's an iconic book whose contents will provide important references for preventing and treating infectious diseases in current days, for preventing and treating them. In June 2020, the White Book on Fighting COVID-19, China in Action, proposed to harness the advantages of TCIM as much as possible, combining Chinese traditional and Western medicine. Approximately 92% of confirmed cases received TCIM treatment. The rate of use and total effectiveness of TCIM in Hubei cases exceeded 90%. We chose capsules or granules of Lianhua Jingguan, granules of Jinhua Hingan. Injections of Zhuibing Beijing together with Jingfei Baidu Huaxi and Baidu formulas. In Shuanfei Baidu to form 3 medicines and 3 formulas, which among many others were focused on treating COVID-19 of all kinds. Clinical healing effect is obvious. You reduce morbidity, the rate of severity and mortality rates. You increase the nucleic acid conversion rate in negative, and healing comes up, and the time for healing is shortened. At the end of March 2020, the Chinese government published a new version of the TNC plan in the new diagnosis and treatment plan for COVID-19. This is a 7th edition, a pilot. It was bilingual to pass the world the wisdom of TCIM in fighting this pandemic. At the beginning of this epidemic, the Chinese government used the Fankang hospitals, these are shelter hospitals, to solve the problem of insufficiency of hospital beds in the area of the epidemic. They were stadiums or temporary places that were used as shelters for patients. In fact, the concept already existed in ancient China. The image on the left shows that during the Tang Dynasty, that's year 624, the Tang Tai Yishun office, imperial medical offices of Tang established quarantine zones for people infected with epidemics. Something similar to shelter hospitals of today. The ceramic pot for infusion of TCIM in the province of Xinjiang dates back to 6,000 to 5,500 before Christ. The image on the right shows that during the pandemic, TCIM hospitals provided cooked traditional medicines using the cold chain through the logistic path and going to patients' homes. China provides great importance to building hospitals and clinics where TCIM is used. All provinces, local municipalities, and most counties have TCIM hospitals. On the left, we have the Shuguang Hospital in Shanghai, east of China. It is a provincial hospital. In the middle, we have the Dalijue Hospital in Yunnan, southwest of China. It's a municipal hospital. On the right, the Tonghe Hospital is in Heilongjiang. This is the northeast of China. It's a county hospital. We now see the challenges faced by developing TCIM. As we all know, there are many old books on TCIM, on how to combine traditional knowledge with modern medicine. Is one of the greater challenges in the TCIM industry. China has also made some research combining Chinese traditional medicine with internet and 5G. This is the for diagnose instrument developed by China with a mirror that can be placed in the bathroom or toilet to do diagnosis actions based on TCIM, such as looking at, listening to, and asking. Some instruments can record pulse diagnosis or heartbeat diagnosis, show the health status of the user on the screen, and also provide the corresponding prescription as if it were the magical mirror of fairy tales. In China, there are many applications and mobile phones for treating TCIM online. Patients can choose the most appropriate doctor and the one preferred for the physical exam, which solve the problem of queuing to register and looking for transportation between home and hospital. There are services concerning infusion, granules, pills, and cream prescriptions. They are directly sent to their homes. Such a facility makes treatments with TCIM more popular. Finally, we talk about planning policies in the future. The Chinese government will publish the 14th five-year plan for TCIM, where we will see mutual learning so as to together protect the medical civilization. China has combined development of TCIM with other industries. For example, this is the Badain-Jiran desert in China. A few years, there was very little green in this desert. This is the current Badain-Jiran desert in China. We see the changes in the Oxford Desert too. Before and after planting. All this is attributed to growing TCIM materials in those deserts. Istanche is an example of parasite plant that is found in the roots of desert trees. This is the so-called desert ginseng. It vigorizes the different parts of your body. Planting substantials is not only making deserts greener, but also driving local economies and enriching the population. The value of traditional medicine and TNCM is diverse. I hope traditional medicine can contribute more to human health. I thus finish my presentation. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Zhang Xingwei, and thanks to all. Your microphone is muted, madam.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Song Xinjiang from People's Republic of China. Well, we have Dr. Manoj Nesari and Dr. Anupam Srivastava from Republic of India. Dr. Manoj Nesari, you can begin, please. Dr. Manoj Nesari, please. You're welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those who have joined from the different parts of the world for this conference. At the outset, I am very much thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present the status of the traditional systems of medicine, that is Ayurveda, in India. And I'm also thankful to the organizers for selecting this topic, and I congratulate them for the active efforts and the hard efforts in organizing this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Ayurveda is the ancient system of medicine which is there in India, and there are ample of historical evidences like the stone carvings, seals, fossils, ancient coins, etc., which show that India had a robust public health system even in the ancient time. The Ayurveda was the backbone for the healthcare delivery in the ancient times since thousands of ages. India had a state-of-art Ayurveda education in the form of ancient universities like Nalanda, Takshila, and Vikramshila, and many others. And the students from the different corners of the world, they used to flock to India even in ancient time to study Ayurveda and Yoga. The 1100-year-old hospital in Chola dynasty in Tamil Nadu state of the India, they had beds, doctors, surgeons, nurses, the various kind of protocols, and which is evident from the stone sculptures which are still available in different part of the state. The healthcare delivery in India, it is provided mainly by the two ministries, that is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the National Health Mission is the flagship program of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the Ministry of Ayush is providing the healthcare services through the Indian Systems of Medicine, and the National Ayush Mission is the flagship program of the Ministry of Ayush. The National Health Policy 2017 of India recommends for the integration of Indian traditional systems of medicine to achieve the aim of universal health coverage through accessible, affordable healthcare delivery services. The NITI Aayog, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the Ministry of Ayush. So these are the three main policy making bodies of the Government of India for developing the policies for the health. India has adopted the pluralistic healthcare management system, and in this, the National Health Policy 2017, this is the benchmark policy which has strongly recommended for the integration of the Indian system of medicine and the mechanism for the integration. At the same time, the National Education Policy 2020, so it has recommended the integrative aspect in the education as well. The Ministry of Ayush, it caters for the various aspects related to health services, including the health, the education of the Indian systems of medicine, the research in the Indian systems of medicine, the medicinal plants which are the backbone for the traditional systems of medicine. So National Medicinal Plant Board is there, which takes care for the medicinal plants conservation and cultivation under the aegis of the Ministry of Ayush, and there is regulations at the same time. The regulatory bodies are there under the Ministry of Ayush for the drug control, that is the control of the or the quality assurance of the Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine. At the state level, the Department of Health or the Department of Ayush, they are there, under which the Ayush directorates are there, and under that the boards or councils for the registration of the practitioners are there. The drug licensing authority is also there. The health universities, the Ayurveda universities, and the various colleges, so they are there under the Ayush directorates. The pharmacies as well as the drug testing laboratories, they are also governed by the Ayush Directorate, and then there are the state medicinal plant boards, which may be under the aegis of the Ayush Directorate at the provincial level, or they may be separate. And then there are number of hospitals and dispensaries pertaining to Ayush under the Ayush Directorate at the provincial level. So at the regulatory provision, there are federal level regulations and the provincial level educations. The regulations, they are mainly for the education and practices as well as the drugs, that is the medicine. So National Council of Indian Medicine Act 2020 and the National Council of Homeopathy Act 2020, these two acts, they regulate the education and practices in the Indian systems of medicine and homeopathy respectively. The Clinical Establishment Act 2010, it is again a federal act of the Government of India, which regulates the clinical establishment, that is the hospitals and clinics of the various systems of medicine, including Ayurveda as well as the Western system of medicine. The Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the Rules 1945, thereunder, they regulate the drugs and the cosmetics of the Western medicine as well as Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine. Here, drugs means the various kind of medicines, whether they are the chemical medicines, whether they are the herbal medicines, whether they are the herbo-mineral medicines, and so on. At the same time, the Drugs and Magic Remedies Act is also there to take care of the various claims and the magic remedies which are claimed and which is prevented and protected. The action is taken on those culprits, those who are promoting the magic remedies. At the state level, the practices, they are regulated by the provincial states, and there are different acts under different states, and under those acts, the boards or the councils for the respective system of medicine, they are constituted, and they actually have the regulations, and they maintain the state register for the practitioners. The National Commission of Indian Medicine Act 2020 and the National Commission of Homeopathy Act 2020. So though actually these act, they are the very recent one, that is 2020, but before that, the Indian Medicine Central Council Act 1970 was there, and which is replaced by the National Commission of Indian Medicine, and so is there with the National Commission for the Homeopathy. And the main objective of the said act, inter alia, are to bring in reforms in the education to ensure the quality of education, and the act also paves for the integration by making provision for the joint sitting of the Medical Commission and the Commission of the Indian Medicine. That is, the medical commission is the commission for the Western medicine, and the commission for the Indian medicine is for Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Suvarikpa. The graduation level courses for Ayurveda, it is called as the BAMS, that is the Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery. The Unani is BUMS, Siddha is BSMS, and Homeopathy is BHMS. Primarily, they are the integrated courses wherein, along with the Ayurveda education, the necessary and essential parts of the Western medicine as well as the diagnostics. So they are also provided to the students, and the basic knowledge of surgery is also given to the students so that they can go for the post graduation for the specialization. The graduation level course is for 4.5 years with 1 year internship. So it is totally 5.5 years. After that, the student, they may go for the specialty courses like MD or MS, that is the Doctor of Medicine or the Master of Surgery. And these courses, they are 3 years after completing the graduation. That means 5.5 years plus 3 years, so it becomes 8.5 years. So it is the total for those who want to go for the post graduation, and even after that, those who want to go for the doctorate degree. So the doctorate, that is the PhD, is also possible in Ayurveda and the other systems of medicine. And even we are providing the postdoc fellowships. So the education at different levels, at all levels, it is possible. We are also having the different training programs for the supporting staff like the pharmacists, the nurses, the therapists, whether they are the massage therapists, whether they are the other therapists. So it is also there, and at the same time there are the capacity building program like the continuous medical education. It is also there for the doctors as well as for the supporting staff. The pharmacopoeia is taking care for the quality standards of the medicines. We have the pharmacopoeia for the Western medicine, that is which is called as the Indian pharmacopoeia. We have the Ayurveda pharmacopoeia of India, Siddha pharmacopoeia of India, Unani pharmacopoeia of India, and homeopathy pharmacopoeia of India. And the pharmacopoeia, they are primarily the documents published by the government of India for the identity, purity, and strength of each article or each medicine. The part 1 of the Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India, it belongs to the standards of the raw material, that is the single articles or the single herbs which are used in the medicines, including the minerals as well as some metals and extracts as well. And the Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India Part 2, it covers the standards of the compound formulations like the Triphala and Chyawanprash and many other such kind of compound formulations where are more than two or more than two herbs or the minerals, they are mixed together and the formulations are prepared. But at the same time, in the Ayurveda, the isolation of a single chemical or single molecule and preparing a drug out of that, like it is done in many other countries under the name of the botanicals. So it is not permitted. These plants, they are used almost in the holistic form. So this holistic approach is maintained. The Ayurvedic formulary of India, they basically contain the various formulations along with the SOP and the percentage of the various ingredients and other things. Similarly, the Siddha pharmacopoeia is there, Unani pharmacopoeia is there, and homeopathy pharmacopoeia is there. We have the huge infrastructure for the Indian systems of medicine in the country. The total number of practitioners in the Indian system of medicine, they are more than 700,000, almost 800,000 total number of practitioners are there in India who have undergone the full degree course in the various systems of medicine, out of which Ayurveda alone is almost 4,500,000 practitioners they are there. There are number of colleges for conducting the graduation courses. There are number of colleges which are also conducting the post-graduation colleges, and there is huge infrastructure in the public health, which includes the primary health center, the community health centers, which are the 10-bedded hospitals, and the district hospitals. So this is a huge infrastructure, and the total manufacturing units which are manufacturing the Ayurveda medicines, it is 106, more than 800, 667. There are very good institutes in the Government of India, like the All India Institute of Ayurveda, the National Institute of Ayurveda, and the Institute of Training and Research, which are providing the world-class education and training for the Ayurveda and the other Indian systems of medicine. So we have taken this initiative to develop the infrastructure. We have established the center of excellences in the systems. We also have the support for the services like the public health initiatives. We are also providing training, the development of the accreditation standards for the hospitals and wellness centers. This is another initiative to ensure the quality of the services as well as to promote the medical tourism. So these are the few initiatives as the policies that the Government of India has taken, and the integration is being done to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 2 and 3. The Sustainable Development Goal 2 is the zero hunger, and the Sustainable Development Goal 3 is the good health and the well-being. We have developed a number of guidelines which include the good clinical practice guidelines for undertaking the clinical trials, the guidelines for the basic training and the safety in Panchakarma. Panchakarma, as you might know, that these are the bio-cleansing procedures, and this is the unique specialty of Ayurveda. At the same time, we have also developed the Ayurvedic standard treatment guidelines as a general guidelines for the implementation of the in the public health, in the primary healthcare center and the community health center and the district centers, as well as there are disease specific protocols like you can see the protocol for the prevention and control of diabetes through Ayurveda. So such kind of protocol they are also developed. Under the integrative approach, the National Ayush Mission, the Ayushman Bharat, the Poshan Abhiyan, so these are the various initiatives and the various national programs of the Government of India which are taking care of the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, that is the good health and the well-being, and the Poshan Abhiyan, that is the nutrition program. It takes care for the zero hunger. There are two different ministries, that is the Ministry of Women and Child Development as well as the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, those who are running this nutritional related programs in collaboration, and at the same time the Ministry of Ayush has also integrated the Ayush, that is the Ayurveda dietary systems, the Ayurveda knowledge and the dietary substances to improve the nutrition of the children through this nutrition program. At the same time, we have also integrated the technology in the Indian systems of medicine, including the information technology, the biotechnology, the industrial technology. There is a lot of research and the technical transfer they are taking place. Thus, the Ministry of Ayush has collaborated with the various ministries of the Government of India, including the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the Ministry of MSME, that is the medium and small scale and micro industries, the Ministry of Power, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Skill Development, and many others. And all these ministries, they also have their infrastructure to provide the healthcare services, and the Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine, they are integrated. The doctors are working under the establishments under these ministries. The National Ayush Mission is the centrally sponsored flagship scheme of the Government of India, which is launched in September 2014 to provide cost-effective health services through the Ayush systems of medicine. And the National Health Authority has been constituted, and the Ayushman Bharat, Ayushman means long live, and Bharat is India, so long live India. So the this is the flagship program of the Government of India, in which the health and wellness centers, they are being established. Out of this, 12,500 health and wellness centers will be operated by the Ministry of Ayush on the principles of Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine, and the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. So this is the health insurance coverage program, and this is the largest health insurance program anywhere in the world, which is launched by the Government of India, and the Ayurveda is also being incorporated under this program. As I mentioned, under the Poshan Abhiyan, that is for the purpose of nutrition, the Ayurveda principles as well as the practices, including the nutritional ingredients, so they are integrated under this. There are a number of other various programs which are being conducted throughout the country, whether they are for the anemia or whether that is the iron deficiency anemia or malaria, the antenatal care, the musculoskeletal and the pain management, the diabetes mellitus, hypertension, the non-communicable diseases, pediatric diseases, and these are being implemented throughout the India. As I mentioned, the insurance is provided. The insurance coverage is given to provided to the Indian systems of medicine, and there are a number of the companies are there which are in the government sector as well as in the private sector. Those who are providing the health coverage to Ayurveda. At the same time, the Bureau of Indian Standards and the NABH, that is the National Accreditation Board for the hospitals, and the international standards organizations. So we have developed the standards for the services as well as the products, and we are also promoting the tourism, that is the domestic tourism as well as the international medical tourism in the field of Indian systems of medicine. So the medical tourism services, they are being provided, and the medical value travel facilitator program is there under the NABH, which establishes the requirements and the recommendations for the facilitators and the healthcare providers in the medical tourism. It is also modified for the adoption by the India. It is in the process, and these are some images of that. We have also established the Yoga Certification Board, and the Yoga Certification Board is actually provides the yoga certification to the young professionals who are learning yoga at the various levels. And this Yoga Certification Board is active internationally, and it is working in many other countries, including the countries in the Latin America and the countries in the Gulf countries and many others. There are a number of international activities. The Ministry of Ayush is involved, and we are working with the WHO, that is the World Health Organization, very closely. We have developed the WHO benchmark documents as well as the international classification of the diseases. And in the current pandemic, the Ministry of Ayush had taken numerous steps to for the mitigation of the COVID through Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine. With a great success at the public health, we have provided the various advisories. We have developed the national clinical management protocol. In the national protocol, the Ayurvedic management and the yoga has been included. We are also providing the facilities to the public to mitigate and to improve their immunity through the Ayurvedic medicines to support themselves against the COVID infection, as well as to treat in the mild and moderate form. And this is the advisory which is based on Ayurveda to improve the immunity, and this advisory was translated into 8 different languages, and this was circulated all over the world to help the people across the countries to improve their immunity and keep themselves safe in the COVID pandemic. The integration of Ayurveda and Yoga have been done in the national treatment guideline for the COVID. The notification to undertake the research, it was issued, and because of that, the more than 124 various clinical trials they have been conducted through Ayurveda and the Siddha and homeopathy in India for the management of the COVID. The population study has also been done through a mobile app called as Ayush Sanjeevani, and around 20 million people they responded to this, and 89.2% they actually said that they have benefited with the Ayurveda and Yoga intervention. Likewise, there are many other administrative initiatives that we had taken for the training and capacity building of the Ayush staff to help themselves to provide the COVID services, and this is an image of the dashboard. Similarly, these are the various guidelines for the Ayurveda practitioners for the management of the COVID. We had also undertaken various public health initiatives, and the Delhi Public Police study, it was that is called as the Ayu Raksha, that is to protect. Raksha is to protect, Ayu is the life, so protect life. So this was the largest public health program in which the entire 80,000 police personnel, so they were given the protection through the Ayurvedic medicines, and we have also maintained the scientific data, and it was observed that this intervention has been proved very successful and very effective. So as I mentioned that we have conducted number of studies, and more of the study sites, they are almost 140 across India, in which the various medical colleges, they were also involved. At the same time, we are also into the digital health, and for the digital health, this Ayush Grid project, it is being operated, which is the digital backbone for the Ayush systems, the National Ayush Morbidity and the Standardized Terminology Portal, that is the Namaste portal, the Ayush Mobile Sanjeevani app, the Ayush COVID-19 dashboard, the real-time clinical data management, that is the HMIS, and the Ayurveda through the telemedicine. So these are the various aspects of the digital health that we incorporated in Ayurveda and the Indian systems of medicine. So with this, I'm really thankful to all of you for patient listening. The mantra, it is says that Sarve Santu, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kashit Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. That means may all sentience being be at peace. May no one suffer from the illness. May all see what is auspicious. May no one suffer. Om, peace, peace, peace. And this is very important, especially in the current pandemic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Rocio, you are on mute.
Excuse me. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Manuk Nesari. Now we are going to continue with Dr. Baejun Mook Lim, Korean medicine doctor. You're welcome, doctor.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Baemuk Lim. I am working at School of Korean Medicine, Busan National University, South Korea. I am very pleased to have an opportunity to introduce healthcare policies on Korean medicine. Korean medicine is a traditional medicine of Korea, and it is a collection of medical techniques and theories that have been used and developed over a long period of time on the Korean Peninsula. I hope this lecture could help you understand the present status of traditional Korean medicine. This lecture will start with overview of healthcare system of Korea, and followed by legal status of Korean medicine resources, Korean medicine education, Korean medicine-based public services, and Korean medicine and the national health insurance. Let me start with a brief overview of healthcare system of South Korea. Korea has national health insurance system, and national health insurance covers about 97% of population. The remaining 3% is covered by the tax-funded medical aid program for low-income citizens. Patients are given a choice to use Western medicine, dental care, Korean medicine, and pharmacy with small amount of out-of-pocket money. Even if we have national health insurance system, most healthcare organizations are privately owned, and the medical costs are reimbursed by the fee-for-service system. Legal status. The primary laws related to Korean medicine are three. The Medical Service Act regulates the Korean medicine services. the licensing of Korean medicine doctors, Korean medicine colleges, and hospitals and clinics, etc. And the Pharmaceutical Affairs Act regulates the standards of herbal medicines concerning its production, distribution, and manufacture, and the role and authority of herbal medicine-related personnel. And we have the Act on the Promotion of Korean Medicine and Pharmaceuticals. This Promotion Act was implemented in 2004. The enactment of a specialized law to support traditional medicine was globally unprecedented at the time. This act obligates the government to make national plans for promoting Korean medicine, facilitate research and development on Korean medicine, foster Korean medicine industries, and enforce the quality control of herbal medicines. In this Promotion Act, Korean medicine is defined as any medical treatment services based on Korean medicine as traditionally handed down from the nation's ancestors, scientifically applied and developed Korean medicine services, and Korean medicine pharmaceutical affairs. It emphasizes that the Korean medicine is an assembly of traditional and modern knowledge and technology, not just a traditional inheritance. This table shows that Korean medicine is in an almost equal legal status with Western medicine. Korean medicine has formal education and licensing system. There are government bodies and funding on Korean medicine. Korean medicine participates in the military and public health sectors. Korean medicine procedures are reimbursed by national health insurance. And there is an official positions for the presidential physician of Korean medicine. However, there are differences in the use of medical devices and drugs. Korean medicine doctors are prohibited from the use of Western drugs and modern medical devices. Legally, the use of acupuncture is permitted only to Korean medicine doctors and not to Western doctors. Authority for the prescription of drugs is also mutually exclusive between Korean medicine doctors and Western doctors. Based on the Act on the Promotion of Korean Medicine, the Ministry of Health and Welfare makes a national plan to foster Korean medicine every 5 years. The first 5-year plan was established in 2006, and this year, fourth plan was newly established. The vision of the plan is promoting nation's health and enhancing industrial competitiveness through Korean medicine. Main objectives include promotion of community health and welfare based on Korean medicine, improvement of utilization system of Korean medicine, innovation and growth of Korean medicine industry, and global promotion of Korean medicine. Bureau of Traditional Korean Medicine in the Ministry of Health and Welfare is a representative government body on Korean medicine, and it leads and manages the national policies on Korean medicine. Under the Bureau, there are 2 divisions. Division of Korean Medicine Policy manages laws on Korean medicine, human resources, Korean medicine-related corporations and organizations, Korean medicine health promotion, and international cooperation on Korean medicine, etc. Division of Korean medicine industry manages R&D support for Korean medicine, Korean medicine industry, supply and distribution of medicinal plants, etc. Under the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, there is Division of Herbal Medicine Policy, which administers policies for herbal medicinal materials and herbal preparations. The Division of Herbal Medicine Research was established under the National Institute of Food and Drug Safety Evaluation for technical support on the safety management of herbal medicine and other products. Medical resources. As of 2019, there were 126,800 Western medicine doctors and 25,600 Korean medicine doctors. There were 5 times as many Western medicine doctors as there were Korean medicine doctors. There are 41 medical schools and 12 Korean medicine schools. And there were 353 Korean medicine hospitals and 14,500 Korean medicine clinics. Among 3,400 hospitals, there are 1,500 long-term care hospitals. In Korea, long-term care hospitals can be owned and managed by Korean medicine doctors as well as medical doctors. This table shows the numbers of Korean medicine-related personnel. Comparing with the past decade, the numbers revealed a steady increase in Korean medicine doctors and herbal pharmacists, and a decrease in Western pharmacists for herbal medicine and herbal medicine apothecaries. Herbal pharmacists are those who graduated from the Department of Herbal Pharmacy in the College of Pharmacy and professionally maintain and dispense herbal medicines. Western pharmacists for herbal medicine, they are Western pharmacists who obtained an additional license to dispense herbal medicines. Herbal medicine apothecaries are not considered to be a part of healthcare and may only distribute, mix, and sell herbal medicines. But conventionally, they have prescribed and dispensed herbal medicines similarly with Korean medicine doctors. There has been no more new herbal medicine apothecary production since 1983. The number of dual license holders who have both Western medicine and Korean medicine license is slightly increasing. To be a dual license holder, Korean medicine doctors have to graduate Western Medicine College and pass national examination, and Western medicine doctors, vice versa. There are 11 Korean medicine colleges and 1 Korean medicine school. Korean medicine colleges provide 6-year coursework composed with 2-year pre-med and 4-year medical course. In the pre-med course, students learn medical history, introduction to Korean medicine, biochemistry, medical humanities, anatomies, etc. And in the medical course, students learn herbology, herbal medicine, acupuncture, physiology, pathology, clinical medicine in Korean medicine, and Western clinical medicine, etc. And we have postgraduate program for master degree and PhD degree. All 11 colleges belong to private universities. School of Korean medicine at which I am working is the first national school for Korean medicine in the modern Korean history. It has 2 tracks of education. One is 4+4 graduate medical school system, like the medical school system of United States. To enter this course, students have to have a bachelor degree. Educational program of graduate course is almost similar with that of colleges of Korean medicine. The other one is 3+4 bachelor master integrative course. After completing these courses, students acquire a master degree and they can apply national licensing examination to get a Korean medicine doctor's license. This is a lecture and research building of School of Korean Medicine, and the bottom is an affiliated hospital and clinical research center. The Korean medicine specialist system was implemented in 2000 to improve and specialize the Korean medicine services. To qualify as a Korean medicine specialist, Korean medicine doctors must get training for 1-year internship course and 3-year resident course in the Korean medicine hospitals. After completing the residence training, licenses are issued upon passing the qualification examination. There are 8 areas of Korean medicine specialists: internal medicine, gynecology, pediatrics, psychiatry, acupuncture and Maxbustion, eye, ENT and dermatology, Korean medicine rehabilitation, and Sasang constitutional medicine. Sasang constitutional medicine is a unique medical theory invented in Korea, in which human beings are classified into 4 constitutional types. By 2019, 3,160 Korean medicine specialists were qualified. In 1989, Korean medicine military doctor system was introduced. Korean medicine military doctors are selected among Korean medicine specialists and appointed as lieutenants after a certain military education. And since 1998, Korean medicine doctors began to be allocated as at public health centers as public health doctor. They provide medical services and health promotion services. Public health doctor system was introduced to solve the shortage of medical doctors in rural areas. Young male doctors have to work at the rural public health centers for 3 years in substitution of mandatory military service. This figure summarizes the pathway of being Korean medicine doctors and Korean medicine specialists. As I already explained, there are 6-year college track and 7 or 8-year medical school track. After passing the national licensing examination, most male doctors have to serve as a public health doctor to substitute military service. To be a specialist, Korean medicine doctors go through 1-year internship and 3-year resident course and have to pass qualification examination. Only specialists can serve as a military doctor, army surgeon. After finishing the military service, Korean medicine doctors can open their own clinics or work at the hospitals. At present, National Health Insurance reimburses Korean medicine treatments, including outpatient consultation, inpatient care, some herbal preparations, acupuncture, and moxibustion, cupping, and some diagnostic tests and physical therapies. The fee for outpatient care is reimbursed when the Korean medicine doctor asks and listens from patients for their basic symptoms. And the fee for inpatient care is a fee for stay in the Korean Medicine Hospital per day. This graph shows the growth of Korean medicine claims in the National Health Insurance. In 2019, total number of Korean medicine claims was 104 million, and it accounts for 7% of total National Health Insurance claims. The total expense of Korean medicine was only $7 million in 1988, but increased to $3 billion in 2019. It represents 3.5% of total expenditure of National Health Insurance. Although the annual treatment amount has steadily grown, the proportion of the total expense has decreased since 2000 because of the growth of expenditure from Western general hospitals and because of rapid growth of long-term care hospitals. This is the fee schedule for Korean medicine procedures. In Korea, medical costs are reimbursed using the fee-for-service system based on the resource-based relative value scale. We call it RVRVS. RVRVS was originally developed in United States in 1980s, and it was implemented to Korea around 2000. In the RVRVS system, the fee for each procedure is calculated by multiplying the relative value of each procedure by a conversion factor, which is a monetary amount per RV score. Of these procedures, acupuncture treatment is frequently provided, and it is generally accompanied by cupping or maximization treatment. Tuna manual therapy is a kind of manual therapy. It began to be covered since 2019. Industrial accident compensation insurance in South Korea has reimbursed the Korean medicine services for occupational accident patients since 1997. Benefit package includes raw herbal decoctions in addition to services covered by National Health Insurance. Medical expenses occurring from car accidents are reimbursed by auto insurance, and the coverage for Korean medicine care began in 1999. In addition to services that are covered by National Health Insurance, auto insurance covers more Korean medicine procedures, including herbal decoctions, decocting fees, tuna manual therapy, pharmacopuncture. It is a herbal acupuncture, and DITI, and physiotherapies such as hot pack, cold pack, infrared therapy, and TENS and ICT, and some meridian laser therapy. In the past 5 years, Korean medicine expenses for car insurance have increased rapidly. Korean medicine expenses for car insurance presented 28% of the total expense in 2016. And it's almost the same with Western medicine in 2020. It is amazing growth. You can remember that Korean medicine shares only 3.5% of national health insurance expenditure. However, in auto insurance medical coverage, Korean medicine shares about half. There are some reasons of this phenomenon. First, most injuries caused by traffic accidents are musculoskeletal diseases, And among Korean people, Korean medicine is known to be more effective for the treatment of musculoskeletal diseases than Western medicine. Second, auto insurance covers more Korean medicine treatment services than national health insurance covers. It means that patients do not need to pay for expensive Korean medicine treatment like herbal decoctions under auto insurance. It may cause moral hazard when using Korean medicine services. And also, Korean medicine doctors actively recruit traffic accident patients. I introduced and discussed some issues on Korean medicine. In summary, there are 4 main tasks for future development of Korean medicine. First, the evidences based on clinical research have become a key technical criterion in the decision-making of modern health and medical policy. So improving the reliability of Korean medicine through scientific evidence accumulation is very important. Second, Korean medicine education system need to be innovated to reflect global medical education trends. Third, health insurance coverage for Korean medicine need to be expanded to enhance patient access to Korean medicine and to provide high-quality Korean medicine services. Lastly, to reduce the unnecessary conflict between conventional medicine and traditional medicine, to reduce the confusions of patients, and to enhance the healthcare quality, government need to improve related regulations to promote collaboration between Western medicine doctors and Korean medicine doctors. These are references of this lecture. This is end of my presentation. Thank you so much for watching this lecture. If you have any question or comments, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks a lot. Well, Natalia, we have some questions. Please.
Thank you a lot. Thank you for all the speakers. And in our public, we have a question that is, oh my God, wait, because it's the, you close your microphone, I do the same. Perfect. Now I hide the microphone here. Okay, so they are asking to the 3 speakers, how has been the dialogue with the biomedical medicine and the biomedical education, because in other countries and in other regions they have a challenges because the medical education doesn't or don't give the entry to the traditional medicine knowledge. So from Chile, one participant is asking, how do you think that could be achieved, this meet between the medical education with the traditional medicine education?
The question is for Natalia, please.
For the 3 speakers.
Oh, okay. Dr. Bijon Moklim, please, could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can understand the question rightly, but as I understand, the collaborate the traditional and the conventional medicine is very difficult, and the communities, Western communities and Korean communities, they are not friendly. So very exclusive relationship in Korea. So the government tried to promote the collaboration between 2 parties. For example, we reimburse the fees for the collaboration practice if Korean medicine doctor and Western doctors are collaborate, but the result is not sufficient. And I think the two communities are very different in theories, and the logics is very big problem. But as I mentioned in my presentation, there are some dual license holders, and they can be a kind of bridge between two groups. And in Korea, Korean medicine, the traditional medicine is very well organized, and it is very well incorporated in the medical health care system. But in this status can be another barrier to collaborate to between two communities. Yeah, it's very not easy issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Vision Mok. Please, Dr. Manoj Nasari. Something else to add?
Yeah, in India, we have this dialogue between the two systems of medicine, whether it is the Western medicine, whether it is the Ayurveda, and it is also possible under the law, because as mentioned in my presentation, we have two national commissions. One is the National Commission for the Western Medicine, and we have the Commission for the Indian System of Medicine. And there is provision in the law for the joint sitting. That is one thing. At the same time, it is also now mandatory for the students of the Western medicine during their compulsory internship. They have to do the internship for a few days in an Ayurveda hospital, so that they will also get to know about the traditional medicine. The course that is the education of Ayurveda, it is the integrative kind of pattern it is there. And my colleague, Dr. Anupam Srivastav, he's also there, and he has instrumental in not only having this dialogue with the Western medicine, but with the technology. Maybe Dr. Anupam, you can mention about the integrative PhD that you have worked on. Dr. Anupam, are you there?
Yes, please, Dr. Anupam, activate your microphone.
So anyway, till he joins, I will just complete what we have done. So we have the policy for the integrative medicine. So the dialogue is there. A lot of collaborative research is happening. We have the research councils for the Western medicine. We have the research council for the Ayurveda, and both of them, they are working. We have the integrative oncology, where the Western medicine oncologist and the Ayurveda oncologist, they sit together, and there is a referral between the two systems. So there is a lot of dialogue which is happening between the two systems. Dr. Anupam, are you there?
Oh, no, the microphone, no, it's mute.
I think he has some technical problem with him.
Well, we're going to continue.
Yeah, we'll come back to him later.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Emmanuel. Natalia, we have another question.
No, that was the only question. I think that our speakers got a really good overview of the TCIM regulation in those countries. So the public is so thankfully with all of them.
Hello. This is Dr. Song Xinyang from China. Can I make some addition to this question? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Shin Johnson. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very important question about medical education, because I think the main way to improve such medical education is to enhance clinical practice. And for instance, in our school in Shanghai University of Traditional Medicine, and our master education involves 8 years of study, and 4 years of which the students will spend their time in hospitals. So it's about half of their time. Therefore, we not only need to learn about traditional medicine, we also need to learn about modern medicine. It is like for mobile phones, they have the iOS system and Android system. It is the same logic for medicine. In this way, we can have integrated training and education. So for education in TCIM, I want to mention 3 points. And the first one is about improving clinical practice. And the second one is we need to spend more time in practice, for instance, in hospitals, not only about learning in school. So in this way, we can have integrated development. This is what I want to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Shin Johnson. Well, finally, we're going to conclude with a brief abstracts of the presentations. Dr. Xinjiang MD, who represents People's Republic of China. China has made a series of achievements in the development and establishment of health system. The government pays equal attention to modern and traditional Chinese medicine, adheres to the principle of equally treating traditional and complementary medicine and modern medicine, and builds medical services with Chinese characteristics. It's important to mention that on January 2019, the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine entrusted the China Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine to organize experts to formulate 95 traditional and complementary medicine adventitious diseases, clinical pathways, diagnosis, and treatment plans. In June 2020, a white paper titled China's Action to Combat COVID-19 proposed to give full play to the distinctive advantage of TCM. China is exploring ways to combine traditional Chinese with the internet and the 5G, and has already linked the development of TCM with other industries such as environmental protection. Dr. Manoj Nasari and Dr. Anupam Srivastava from Republic of India. Regulatory and policy experience in TCM in the Republic of India. Health governance in India promotion is one of the priority areas for the government of India. A dedicated ministry to lay focus on promotion of health of people through Indian traditional systems of medicine. India has adopted a pluralistic healthcare management system. In addition to Western medical system, India has legally recognized India's systems of medicine, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Sowa-Ripad, naturopathy, including homeopathy. but only Ayurveda and other Indian systems are integrated in public health care delivery. The National Health Policy 2017 of India recommends for integration of India traditional system of medicine to achieve the aim of universal health coverage through accessible, affordable health care services. Well, and to end with the presentation of the Republic of Korea with Dr. Bijun Mok Lim. Korean medicine, explained, is a collection of medical techniques and theories that have been used and developed over a long period of time on the Korean peninsula. With an established legal and qualification system, Korean medicine has maintained an independent and competitive position alongside Western medicine. There are government departments and government-funded institutes on Korean medicine, and Korean medicine doctors are officially recognized in the fields of public health and military medicines. Well, finally, I would like to thank all the participants and their attendance at this meeting. Thank you so much. Blessings to all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gracias.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Welcome again. Welcome, Dr. Castillo. We have the honor to have the TCIM focal point of the Afro region of WHO and also of the Enro region with us today. So I will introduce Dr. Castillo. Let me share my screen. She were talking about the regulatory and policy experience on traditional, complementary, integrative medicine in the African region. Dr. Castillo is a woman with a lot of experience, and we are so proud and so honored to the presence of her today. So the Dr. Castillo is a regional advisor for the traditional medicine unit in the WHO Afro region. She has over 30 years of experience in academic and in international health development, and she is an authority in the fields of toxicology and traditional medicine, where she has published a lot of articles, books, and she is a wonderful person. I will let to share my screen to let the Dr. Castillo be able to do it. Dr. Castillo, welcome.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I am going to, before I present the outline of my presentation, I would like to, first of all, to thank very much the organizers of this conference and the TCIM Americas Network, in particular, Natalia Sofia Aldana and Daniel Gallego Perez, for inviting the World Health Organization Regional Office for Africa to take part in this important conference. And I will start with presenting the political commitment, regulatory and policy frameworks underpinning the development of traditional complementary integrative medicine in Africa. I will proceed with the WHO support to countries on policy and regulatory frameworks for TCIM. I will then talk about the policy experiences in TCIM and regulatory experiences. I will proceed with the challenges and the way forward. The political commitment, regulatory and policy frameworks underpinning the development of traditional medicine in Africa is enshrined in the global strategies, the African continental plans of action and strategies, and also the regional strategies. With regards to the global scenario, we have in 1978, as we all know, that the Alma-Ata Declaration recognized for the first time the contribution of traditional health practitioners as community health workers. For them to be community health workers and integrated in the primary health care teams, they need to be well-informed, well-trained, regulated, and licensed. With regards to the global strategies on traditional medicine, the latest was adopted by its resolution WHA 67.8 on traditional medicine by the World Health Assembly in 2014. And at continental level, we have plans of action on implementation of the declaration of the first and second decade of African traditional medicine that just ended in 2020. And we are expecting the heads of state and government to declare the third decade of African traditional medicine from 2021 to 2030. This will be declared this year, we hope, because the pandemic has delayed a lot of activities related to traditional medicine and other issues, although traditional medicine has been on the spotlight, as you all know, during this pandemic. There's also the Africa Health Strategies. The current is 2016-2030, which recognizes the importance of traditional medicine and the regulation of the practitioners' products and practices. And of course, the regional strategies, the latest being the one that was adopted by the Regional Committee for Africa on enhancing the role of traditional medicine health systems running from 2013-2023. So in implementing these policy orientations, before implementation, just to elaborate a bit more, that these resolutions urged member states to translate the regional and global strategies into realistic national plans, to formulate national policies, regulations, and standards, to accelerate the implementation of national policies, strategies, and plans, to strengthen regulation of traditional medicine practitioners' practices and products, to strengthen the capacity of national regulatory authorities to issue marketing authorizations for traditional medicine products, to strengthen the capacity of professional associations and traditional medicine practitioners, regulatory bodies, to identify qualified practitioners for accreditation and licensing. And the same resolutions requested the World Health Organization to develop guidelines for the formulation and evaluation of national policies on traditional medicine and to provide technical support to strengthen national regulatory authorities with a view to enhancing cooperation in and harmonization of the regulations of practitioners, practices and products, among others, as well as harmonization of regulation of the practices, as well at national, at regional and sub-regional levels. Now, in implementing these policy orientations, the World Health Organization developed a number of tools, guidelines, modules for countries' adaptation to their specific situations. For example, in 2014, the tools for institutionalizing traditional medicine in health systems were developed, and these contain 4 guidelines or documents. One is the guidelines for the development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of national policies on traditional medicine. The other is the model legal framework for the practice of traditional medicine, traditional integrative complementary integrative medicine, which provides for the establishment of traditional health practitioners, boards or councils or commissions for regulating traditional health practitioners. And then the model code of ethics and practice for traditional health practitioners and guidelines for the formulation of national strategic plans. So it's a package of information which the countries then use to adapt to their situation in order to implement these policies. We also developed guidelines on registration of traditional medicine in the African region, as well as frameworks for regulation of traditional medicine practitioners, practices, and products. But of course, these are just examples. There are many, many documents, including several that have been developed by WHO Geneva and other regions, which the Afro region also consults. So just as examples. Now, in order to ensure that the traditional medicine products are well understood, the concept, and which of these have to be regulated and which don't have to be regulated, in collaboration with the expert committee, we classified the traditional medicines in the guidelines for registration of traditional medicine into 4 categories. The first category is of traditional medicines that have been prepared and dispensed by the traditional medicine practitioners for the treatment of individual patients. At the moment, these are not regulated, but the practitioners have to be regulated or licensed for them to practice traditional medicine. However, if these medicines have to be used by a larger population other than the traditional health practitioners' clients, they need to comply with the national regulatory requirements and the WHO requirements of safety and quality. Is related to those products that are used by certain communities. For example, in my village in Tanzania, we know very well how to boil and herbal medicines for malaria. We know that we should not boil beyond 60 degrees because the active ingredient will be denaturated. And these are not irregular. But if these products are used by many villages and we have a population of 53 million in Tanzania, then they must comply with the national regulatory requirements. Then we have category 3 of herbal medicines which emanate from research and development, with starting from ethnomedical evidence and then preclinical safety and efficacy testing, and then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. And these then products are the ones that emanate from research with evidence on the safety, efficacy, and quality. The 4th category is those products that are imported into the country. So the national regulatory authorities have to have the capacity to evaluate these products. Are they safe, efficacious, and quality assured? If they are imported, are they registered in the country of origin? And why are they being imported in Africa? Are they needed? Should they be registered or not? Now, this slide is showing the country progress on integration of traditional medicine in national health systems based on what I said before. The countries adapted all the tools they are implementing. They are at different stages of implementation. But I won't discuss this because it is the topic of the 23rd July. Specifically, the policy experience in traditional complementary integrative medicine in the region, we see that some indicators are doing well. For instance, there are 40 countries that have developed national policies on traditional medicine by 2020, out of 47 countries, compared to only 8 in 2000. The national policies on conservation of medicinal plants had been adopted by 18 countries in 2020 as compared to 1 in 2000. And the traditional medicine have been included in national health policies, national health plans by 30 countries as compared to 15 in 2000. And the programs of traditional medicine or departments or directorates or units have been established in the ministries of health in 38 countries as compared to 10 in 2000, as well as the national expert committees that have been established in the ministries of health in 34 countries as compared to 10. And finally, the national strategic plans that are being they are implementing the policy because they've developed 28 strategic plans, meaning that some of the countries are not effectively implementing the policies that have been developed by 40 countries. These are just some examples. Regarding regulatory experiences in the region, there are 25 countries out of 47 at the moment that have revised their pharmaceutical policies to include herbal medicines, and therefore herbal medicines have been registered by national regulatory authorities across 14 countries, and there are over 95 products that have been registered in the region as compared to 20 in 2000. Of these registered products, 43 have been included in the national essential medicines list of countries as compared to 14 in 2000. So this is as far as the products is concerned. Regarding the practitioners and the products and the practices, 37 countries have developed legal frameworks for the traditional medicine practice for regulation of traditional health practitioners. However, the promulgation of these legal frameworks into laws have been very slow because only 10 countries have promulgated them and established traditional health practitioners councils or commissions or boards to regulate traditional medicine practitioners. But this does not mean that the practitioners are not regulated. They are regulated through these legal frameworks where these councils have been established. They are regulated by the councils or the boards. Where they have not been established, it is the Association of Traditional Health Practitioners together with the ministries of health regulate them. Now, this is an example of a flow chart or procedure for granting of marketing authorization of a traditional medicine product by a national medicine regulatory authority of a country in the region. As an example, just to share the experience that when an application is reached at the national regulatory authority, the documents are screened. They could be incomplete or complete. If they are incomplete, then the applicant will be informed to complete the dossier, and he or she will respond, the applicant will respond. If it is complete, then a national expert committee will look at the dossier and submit it to the competent national authority, which is the National Regulatory Authority, which will either approve or reject or defer, depending on the situation. If it is complete and they are happy with it, it will be approved, and a draft marketing authorization will be made and forwarded to the competent authority, which will issue the marketing authorization to the applicant. If it is rejected, then the applicant will be informed appropriately and the reasons for the rejection. And if it is deferred, then additional information will be requested from the applicant, and the applicant will respond accordingly to complete the dossier so that a marketing authorization can be issued. This is just as an example. I took this from one of the countries in West Africa. Now, there are challenges. There are many challenges, but some examples just include the regulatory status of herbal medicines that is a bit complex, because in some countries, the herbal medicines are considered as food, in some others a functional food, some others as dietary supplement, in some others a herbal medicine. And that's why it was important to classify these products into 4 categories that I just mentioned, and countries need to adhere to them. The assessment of safety and efficacy is a bit complex, as you know, because the evaluation of the safety and efficacy of herbal medicines are very complex, particularly when you have a mixture of several herbal medicines, and that's why there's inadequate data on the safety, efficacy, and quality of most herbal medicines. Quality control is also an issue. As you know, it depends on various factors, could be genetic, could be extrinsic factors, and therefore it's important for countries to adhere to good manufacturing practices and to adhere to good sourcing, good agricultural and collection practices, and good sourcing practices for herbal medicines and raw materials. The safety monitoring is also an issue because our public believe that natural means safe, and therefore they take more quantities of the herbal medicines than prescribed, either prescribed by the doctor or prescribed by the traditional health practitioner, because they believe if they take more, they will be healed faster, not knowing that sometimes they are poisoning themselves. And then it is therefore important to educate the consumers and the public about the fact that natural does not mean safe. They have to follow the instructions. Otherwise, herbal medicines have been used for centuries in the region, and therefore, I think they've been over-tested by using as 80% of the population, up to 90% in some countries, use this medicine for their healthcare needs. There is limited knowledge about herbal medicines with national medicine regulatory authorities, and therefore the need for strengthening their capacity. There's need for, as a future perspective, mobilization of financial resources and to adhering to proposed to the classification of traditional medicines, harmonization of regulation of traditional medicine by WHO, strengthening and reinforcing of regulation for traditional medicine products, practitioners, and practices by countries, enhancing collaboration among stakeholders to build strong systems of accreditation and licensing of traditional health practitioners. And the public and consumers need to consult traditional health practitioners who are well-informed, well-trained, and licensed as a certificate appended in their practice. And there's need for strengthening national regulatory authorities. Now, my last slide is just to say that during the pandemic, we have had several regulatory issues, and therefore we strengthened what we call a regional regulatory ecosystem for COVID-19 response, taking the advantage of the fact that there are two countries which have been awarded a WHO maturity level 3, meaning that their national regulatory authorities are able to carry out almost all the regulatory functions in their countries. And we have 2 collaborating centers for medicines quality control in Algeria and South Africa, and 10 pre-qualified quality control laboratories, which are creating an enabling environment for regulation of herbal medicines. Now we have the Afro Ethics Review Committee, which is composed of some experts and staff in WHO, and the African Academy of Health Sciences, which are responsible for reviewing the protocols for clinical trials for research. And this, since 2020, they've reviewed a lot of protocols that we have developed for evaluation of herbal medicines. And a lot of countries in our region are conducting phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. We hope it is possible to get at least a product that emanate from these medicinal plants. On the other, we did establish a regional expert advisory committee for traditional medicine response in order to pool expertise across the continent to accelerate the process of generating scientific evidence on the safety, efficacy, and quality of herbal medicines that had been proposed for COVID-19. And with the involvement of the African Union Commission, the African Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the European Developing Countries Clinical Trials Partnerships, and WHO collaborating centers on traditional medicine. We also established a data and safety monitoring board. We are going to officialize it, which will be responsible for reviewing the efficacy and safety of the data accumulated from the clinical trials, and will be responsible for advising the sponsors on the modification or on the termination of the clinical trials based on the data that they will evaluate. And all this work is being done in collaboration with the Africa Center for Disease Control, as well as the European Developing Countries for Clinical Trials Partnerships. On the other hand, we also have the African Vaccines Regulatory Forum, which is a network that was also responsible for accelerating the process of evaluating the products for Ebola in 2014, 2015. They are now involved on online emergency joint reviews of COVID-19 clinical trial applications. And also there is an opportunity that we are leveraging on, and that is the African Medicines Agency, which you must have heard. It is about to be established, and WHO has been so much involved in developing all the technical documents, and we handed over to the African Union Commission, as it will be a continental body responsible for ensuring the quality, safety, and efficacy of all medicines. And also it will provide guidance on regulation of traditional medicine, among others. Now, the role of the World Health Organization is, of course, the coordination, the communication, the guidance, and the technical support. And of course, all this is being done thanks to the framework provided for by the regional strategy for traditional medicine and the regional strategy for regulation of medical products in the region. And I would like to end the presentation by thanking the organizers for providing us with this opportunity to share, our experience. And this is the beginning of a very strong and long collaboration between the Americas Network and the African countries through the African region and PAHO. And thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Castillo. We hope the same. We believe that if all the regions work together, promoting and encouraging the institutions, the governments to articulate TCIM in the health systems and service, that for sure will be a really good strategy if we work together between all the regions. So thank you so much for being here with us. And now I want to welcome to Dr. Alia Safar, who is on behalf of the TCI unit of the WHO office for the EMRO region, that is the Eastern Mediterranean. So let me share one moment my screen, please. Ta-da. So Dr. Okay. Dr. Alia Safar will share with us the regulatory and policy experience in TCIMs in Eastern Mediterranean region. Dr. Alia Safar is executive and director of the human resource of the Pakistan Cricket Board. No, definitely that is not. Apologies.
Yes, it is not.
No, but it was a mistake.
No.
Okay, but she's a technical officer in the WHO country office, Pakistan. Apparently, you have some people with the same name and the volunteers, and I have to say thank you, because there are many volunteers in the background helping with a lot of activities, and so people from different countries of the region were helping us with the development of different tools and different presentations for today. So we apologize for that little mistake. But Dr. Alia Safar has been providing technical assistance to essential medicines and health products program with special focus to access regulation, quality, safety, and use, and she's technically supporting different laboratories. So she's speaking on behalf of the WHO and region. So please, Dr. Alia Safar, welcome.
Thank you, Natalia, and hello and welcome all. Good morning, good evening, good night, everyone who is listening me. This is Alia Zafar. I am representing on behalf of Dr. Adi Al-Husirat, who is the regional TCIM focal person in the EMRO. I am the technical officer and looking after both essential medicines and health products, and based in WHO country office in Pakistan. So more specifically, I will be discussing about our country experience of implementing the policy and regulations of traditional and alternative medicines. Because in EMRO region, the region is the huge with the 22 countries, and the Pakistan has made some excellence during the previous decades regarding after this devolution, the regulatory devolution that occurred. So I will take you through all these steps, because the Pakistan is the highest populated country in the region and the sixth most populous country in the world, with the 207 million inhabitants of the world. So you can far understand how crucial is the issue of the medicines affordability and accessibility. And in terms, this is, you see, the great opportunity we have. The Pakistan is in the west of the Indian subcontinent. You see the base of the traditional and Chinese medicine. So we are the neighbors of the China and India. And since 1,000 years, Pakistan is experiencing these traditional medicine use, and 70% of our population, because of, you see, for the economic factors, they are using this medicine. So please allow me to share my slides, and then, so this is just like, sorry, I can't move it forward. Is it, sorry, Natalie?
Are you with troubles with the, because we are seeing
Yes.
your screen, just that we don't see the.
But it's not forwarding ahead. Let me take it forward, maybe. So as I started in the discussions, like every other developing and countries in the world, the Pakistan is the essential medicines and health products. They are the very important source of very important source of healthcare for the people of the Pakistan, but because of their accessibility, their affordability, and the more importantly is the trust of the people, that they are they think that it is without any harm to them. So it is the 100 years, 1000 years history of unregulated market, so which Pakistan now has started regulating. And the major change is so do you want me, can I share it again?
Yes, if you want, you can try to share again the screen and try to put in the full screen option. Maybe there is better. Maybe in the full presentation option.
Yes, it is. I think it's now. I think it's now
Is that
working.
is because for us is like is the PowerPoint all all
Yes.
program?
It's
I don't know why. But okay, if it's not possible, we can just go ahead with that format. It's okay. Don't worry.
Okay. It's okay. So basically, yeah.
Okay.
So
Let me. I'm so sorry. They are telling me that if you use the tab control plus F5, maybe could work. Or the icon of full screen that is in the bottom.
It is full.
Okay, don't worry. Go ahead. Don't worry. Thank you.
So it's okay. We can take the discussion forward. So basically, the policy environment is like the need of the medicine is there, and the Pakistan is the country with have 78,000 pharmaceutical products that are registered in the country, and the huge influx of huge trend of the sale of these traditional Chinese and as you know, the origin of this Pakistani traditional medicine is basically Greek Arab, and then comes these the Ayurveda and these homeopath medicines. They are the main source of these. And during the recent pandemic, we saw a huge trend of in the sale of these products in the market. So Pakistan started to regulate these medicines, say after the devolution of the devolution of the health system policies and the promulgation of the Drug Act in 2012. Initially, the foundation of this regulation is based on this traditional Ayurvedic and Homeopathic Act 1985, which was revised 2-3 times, but basically that controls only the the practices of these traditional and medical healers, because the trust of the people and their easy approach that actually was putting questions on the misuse of the medicine as well, because the Pakistan don't have the strong pharmacovigilance systems. Yet we are, though the country is currently in 2018 currently is accredited with the national DRAP is the National Pharmacovigilance Center, and linked with the Uppsala monitoring international drug program or international program of drug monitoring. But for this making the surveillance systems very functional for this huge market, that is very challenging as well. So you see, Pakistan has taken some infancy steps, like they started the regulation and enlistments of these medical traditional health products. So you see, we are the country which actually imports and many these traditional medicine outside. So these are products and huge manufacturers as well. 1000, when you can understand the influx of the manufacturers, when have at least 700 manufacturers who are manufacturing herbal and nutraceutical products, herbal and nutraceutical products in the country. So pharmacovigilance systems need to be strengthened, and the GMP, the initial guidelines that was developed long ago before the devolutions, when the this 2012, they were covering not the robust principles of the good manufacturing practices. So now these guidelines are for guiding the GMP of these traditional medicine manufacturers, they have been updated, and the country has DRAP has started enlistment to these manufacturers with the defined period. But you see, this is this system need to be scientific based, need to be with good studies, as Dr. Ossi was mentioning. The African experience is a good scientific based decisions on the safety and efficacy of these products, because traditionally, as I told you, as they are in the part of the Pakistan culture and customs, and Indo-Pak belt is used to have these medicines. So they have firm belief on these. So in the good studies, good research and development is daily needed to monitor the impact of the how these products to understand their benefits now, to and fully fully establish with the sound judgment the benefits on which they are creating. And the process, as the regulatory process, the DRAP has been listed as a, and they have conducted their self benchmarking, and they are graded to WHO listing as a number 2. So they are trying to you see, make the systems harmonize with international best practices and standards. Currently, Pakistan also have these 3 laboratories which are pre-qualified by WHO. So this is a great success, but none of these laboratories, they are not taking these herbal and traditional and nutraceuticals testing as well. So the majorly research and development, though in the National Institute of Health, there has been a division of which is conducting research on the traditional and herbal and alternative medicines. And there is another one center which is based in international chemical centers, that is based at Karachi University. But this mostly research is being carried out through through these academic institutes. And there is the you see the impact of the harmonizations of the GMP regulation at par with the pharmaceutical standard, that is lacking as well. That is lacking, and still you can see it's evolving now. So evaluations, the DRAP has recently developed their national health roadmap for this 2016 to 2025 to develop to to classify them as a regulatory body of and par adverse with the attaining the these benchmarking level 3, and they have put a great focus on the training of these evaluators or who are evaluating the dossiers of these traditional and herbal medicines. So that is the main challenge, main request that is actually the DRAP is looking forward, and they have requested WHO for their support. The other thing which we want to talk about is this these Pakistan, all these regulatory system, they regulatory laws, they are applicable on the public manufacturers and pharmaceutical manufacturers, but the private practice of these traditional health healers, and that is regulated by healthcare commissions, which are after the devolution. They are at the provinces, and each region, each area is responsible to monitor the judicious practices of these traditional healers. And Pakistan, you see, when we are the country, we have the issue of these quacks and the irrational use of practices. We have indicators of the high EMR burden, and you even for these antimicrobials. So these healthcare commissions, at least for these prohibiting these quacks, they are playing their active role, and government is actually the public system need to learn from these private regulators how they are enforcing to monitor the judicious practices of these healers. The education part is, we are quite unique in this sense. We have learned, and Pakistan has very good institutions. Hamdard University is the pioneer in managing the regulation of these traditional healers. They have we have these 4 years degree programs for the homeopaths, and we have the 5 years degree program for the Bachelor of Eastern Medicine and Surgery, and plus 1 year of these clinical practices. So that is actually, and we some of the Pakistani universities, they are also awarding the PhD degrees to these homeopaths, and they are registered to the Pakistan Tib Council as well. So the practice of these the registered practitioners, they are the huge in number. We have at least 120,000 homeopaths, doctors that are registered in Pakistan. And in addition to these are the registers, and for the traditional and other Hakims, 40,000 Hakims, according to the WHO recent survey of 2019 of the traditional medicine situation in the country, that we have 40,000 Hakims in the country. And you see, they are the good source of healthcare, because Pakistan has a huge primary healthcare infrastructure. We have at least 19,000 health facilities, primary healthcare facilities, including the basic healthcare units and the community clinics and at the facilities. So they traditional healers, these homeopaths, and these complementary medicines disciplines, they can be the good source of improving the primary healthcare services if they are integrated. So, but as I was listening, the other participants, other countries' experience as well, this needs to be a good working model here for the country like Pakistan, because of this big population, and obviously we are the moving ahead towards the universal health coverage as well, and many of the PSC initiatives have been initiated by WHO, but this definitely need a working model. For the monographs for the education, we have mentioned the research and development. There is a dilemma. There is actually, we need to have the very, basically it's only the listing that is done by these academic and research institutions. So is the practice research that is missing part that needs to be followed. So main challenges is the training of our faculty, cultivation of the medicinal plants, and these because these old people, they are not aware of the practices and the techniques of the preserving the preserving and procurement of these endangered species. We have no experience of standardization, though, as I mentioned too, we have a good experience of standardization for pharmaceuticals, and we are working towards the even for the COVID, the most of the PPE supplies, as they were standardized, but for the traditional medicines evaluations, the standardizations and the needs of sharing standard, that is missing, and that is actually the DRAP vision to move towards the at least some of the sentinel sites, select some of the sentinel center of excellence developed within the country to move to develop them through this standardized and harmonized approach. And the most important thing is how to build these traditional systems, how to link with the international center of excellence, how we can move forward towards this. So and these are the main recommendations, and I look forward to for any feedback and questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alia. Thank you so much for your presentation, for sharing with us all this knowledge and all the experience that has been done in this region. So, so I think that I am asking if there's any question in the attendance, or if we could continue to the next. Okay, apparently it's not questions. Okay, I am just checking in the YouTube chat. So thank you very much to Dr. Casillo and to Dr. Alia to join us today. We hope that you can participate in the other days of the summit, and obviously we hope continue working together between the regions. So thank you very much for your presence today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us. It was a pleasure to share our experiences. Thank you. And this is the beginning of our collaboration.
For sure, for sure. Okay, so now I will, let me see. Now we have in the program active pause that will get off of the program, and we because we have a little we have a couple of minutes out of the program, so we will follow with the conference. Let me share the screen. We will have the conference of Dr. Oh my God. Of Dr. Tom Nicolai. We will speaking about the regulation of TCIM in Europe. Dr. Tom Nicolai is a general practitioner who has been working in the different complementary alternative medicine modalities, and he is the spokesman of the Eurocamp, and so he will share all this overview about the regulation of TCIM in Europe. So welcome, Dr. Tom Nicolai. And Dr. Tom Nicolai is with us, but we will present a pre-recorded presentation, and after that, if there's any question, he is able to answer that.
Hello, I'm Tom Nicolai, Secretary General of Eurocamp, and my presentation is about the state of the art of TCIM regulation in Europe. So I'd like to start with some terminology. What is traditional medicine? What is complementary medicine? Well, probably you all know that, but just for the sake of clarity. And traditional medicine and complementary medicine, as you know, overlap. And WHO often uses the term traditional and complementary medicine, TNCM. And what is integrative medicine? Well, probably you know that integrative medicine originated as a response by some academic health centers to the growing demand for TNCM among citizens. And in the middle, you can see the definition that is usually used. And it's about a partnership between the patient and the practitioner, consideration of all factors that influence health, wellness, and disease, including mind, body, and spirit, facilitation of the body's innate healing capacity and preference being given to less invasive and less harmful interventions. In addition to that, TCIM is increasingly used by WHO, traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. So I would like to start with the findings of the Cumbrella Research Project. This network was funded by the European Commission, and it conducted a research program into the situation of CAM in Europe. It was tasked with assessing the situation of complementary and alternative medicine in Europe and coming forward with recommendations as to its viability and place within the established EU healthcare system. Their findings were, among others, that there is a high demand for and widespread use of CAM treatments by European citizens, and that the heterogenic nature of CAM made it difficult to assess due to the lack of validated data about CAM and because of its inadequate integration into healthcare. And that there is significant scientific skepticism regarding the efficacy of CAM, lack of agreed standards of CAM, and a lack of integration of CAM into national public health systems and inadequate research facilities available to CAM. About the citizens' demand for traditional and complementary medicine, we could say that it is, generally speaking, a societal phenomenon in the whole Western world where biomedicine is mainstream. And it has to do with increasing personal responsibility for one's own health. They don't take for granted the opinion of their family doctor, but they are searching on the internet for other information. And these people have a preference of a more holistic view of health and healing that goes beyond just managing symptoms. And they prefer more gentle and natural therapies first before more potent or synthetic ones. And these people are more and more dissatisfied with conventional Western biomedicine because of its unpleasant side effects, because its treatment was ineffective for the medical condition they have, and they are not happy with the long-term or even lifelong drug regimens. How about its use in general? You could say that 1 out of every 2 European citizens use TNCM, either by seeing a professional in that sector or by using over-the-counter medicinal products. And up to 90% of people with chronic conditions use TNCM. And the majority of EU citizens would like their conventional MDs, their specialists, their general practitioner to be more supportive of and more knowledgeable about TNCM. This is a list of the current TNCM therapies, at least the most common ones. It speaks for itself, I believe. Cumbrella also made an inventory of the provision of TNCM by health professionals, and they found out that around 150,000 MDs with an additional TNCM qualifications exist in Europe, mainly acupuncture, homeopathy, also naturopathy, also some on anthroposophic medicine and neurotherapy. You can see I've put here some figures of the ENT specialist, neurologist, and gastroenterologist, and then it is easy to see that there are more doctors in Europe practicing acupuncture than ENT specialists, neurologists, and gastroenterologists altogether. In addition to TNCM practitioners with a full medical education, there are also a high number of practitioners without a full medical education, at least more than 180,000 in Europe. And here you can see the treatments they offer. Also, these are figures from 8 years ago, 7 years ago. So probably these figures are much higher nowadays. There are also increasing numbers of GPs referring to TNCM professionals, increasing numbers of hospitals providing integrative healthcare, mostly outpatients. And there are professorial TNCM and integrative medicine chairs in a number of countries in Europe, and familiarization courses in the undergraduate medical curricula at least 40% of European universities. Could be much higher nowadays, but there are no more recent data. When it comes to statutory regulation, Cumbrella collected data from 39 European countries, and they found out that in the European Union, 30% of the EU member states have TNCM legislation, 8 out of 27. And there are 16 European member states that have regulations on individual TNCM therapies. Not from Cumbrella, but another data set comes from WHO European region that includes 53 countries, and of these 53 countries, 1/3 have TNCM legislation and 30% have regulations on individual TNCM therapies. Generally speaking, you could say that legislative and regulatory frameworks in Europe are rather fragmented and not harmonized at all. Just a map, not the whole European region of the WHO is considered here, but this is a map from the Cumbrella research group, and you can see the green countries where there is a general CAM law, the yellow countries have no general CAM legislation, but some TNCM treatments may be regulated, and the red ones have general CAM legislation within the general health laws. So I told you that some countries have regulations on specific TNCM therapies. Here you can see a list that was provided by Cumbrella. especially acupuncture, chiropractic, homeopathy, and massage are having the highest numbers. And generally speaking, you could say that is already clear, I believe, that there is a huge diversity of regulation across the European Union about who can practice and what qualifications are required and how services are offered and financed. In some EU countries, there are government-administered regulations or laws about the practice of TNCM in general. Some have sections of TNCM included in their health law. Some have regulated specific TNCM therapies, but many national health systems do not recognize or regulate TNCM at all. In some EU countries, the practice of TNCM by medical doctors is severely restricted, while in other countries, they may perform TNCM quite freely and without any state-recognized training, which may be safe, but without any guarantee of quality, of course. TNCM practiced by practitioners without a full medical training ranges from one extreme of being refused to practice at all, because all treatments of patients is reserved for medical doctors only, to another extreme in some European countries where anyone can practice TNCM without any TNCM education or training, and also without any guarantee of safety. So there are major obstacles for both medical and non-medical practitioners when crossing borders, because there is no mutual recognition of professional qualifications, because they are so different from each other. There is a database that is maintained by the European Commission. This database includes some TNCM health professionals, such as acupuncturists, chiropractors, homeopaths, and osteopaths. You can see the examples listed here. MDs with an additional TNCM qualifications are not listed in this database because these qualifications are issued and supervised by the medical associations. Well, is this state-of-the-art statutory regulation? No, this is not state-of-the-art. What should be state-of-the-art statutory regulation? It should ensure that registered TNCM and TCIM professionals are properly qualified and that they practice in a way that is safe and ethical, and that all TNCIM professionals have taken fully fledged state-recognized training programs, that they practice state-recognized professions, and that there are clearly defined bounds of competences. When it comes to medicines, the regulation of medicines that are used in traditional and complementary medicine, I could tell you that there is an EU directive that regulates the registration and market authorization of not only conventional medicinal products, but also of homeopathic and herbal medicinal products. And all EU member states are obliged to register homeopathic and herbal medicines pursuant to these directives. First, about herbals. There is also a special directive for the registration of traditional herbal medicinal products. And they can be registered according to a simplified registration scheme if the product has been in medicinal use at least 30 years, including at least 15 years within the EU. And at the European Medicines Agency, there is a committee for herbal medicinal products that establishes herbal monographs and has a list of herbal substances that fulfill certain quality and safety criteria. The EU member states themselves have the task to register the products, and they should recognize registrations granted by other member states. At least that is the idea. But these registration procedures are not harmonized. They are purely national and they are treated differently between EU member states. And apart from this, in some EU member states, herbals are classified as food supplements and in others as medicines. If they are classified as food supplements, they have to fulfill the quality criteria provided by the European Food Safety Agency, EFSA. Traditional formulations often comprise several plant medicines, as you know, in combination, but there is no provision for these formulations from Ayurveda or TCM. The point is also that there are high dossier costs, up to 150,000 for single herbal products, which means that herbal medicine is in danger of losing its characteristic range and diversity. So far, only 200 different plants are registered in mono preparations. About homeopathics, there are two distinct ways to register homeopathic medicines. There is a simplified registration procedure for single homeopathic medicines diluted above 1 to 10,000. And the other way is to apply for a market authorization for more concentrated homeopathic medicines and also for those homeopathic medicines that have specific therapeutic indications. The registration procedures are not harmonized, as I told you, also not only for herbals, but not for homeopathics. But they are purely national and treated differently between EU member states. And there are onerous requirements as to safety and quality. These requirements were originally established for conventional prescription drugs. And it is almost ridiculous that only these minute doses have to comply with these requirements. Manufacturing process is hardly economically feasible because the administrative burden easily exceeds the economic benefit. And that means that there are mainly bestsellers on the market and there is limited availability of other homeopathic medicinal products. As far as anthroposophic medicinal products is concerned, EU regulation does not recognize anthroposophic medicinal products as such. Some can be registered as homeopathic medicinal products and others as herbal medicinal products. But the most typical and widely used anthroposophic medicinal products cannot be registered as herbal or homeopathic medicinal products and can only apply for a market authorization similar to conventional medicinal products, which entails quite a lot of money and effort. So these rules are not appropriate to the special characteristics of the anthroposophic products and their use in individualized practice of anthroposophic medicine. So in the case of anthroposophics, an appropriate rational regulatory scheme is required. Generally, for all the TCIM medicines, the point is that substances are generic and cannot obtain a patent, unlike conventional medicine, as we can easily understand. And that means that economic profit for manufacturers is too low to afford the dossier costs for the full range and scope of TCIM medicinal products. So is this state-of-the-art regulation of TCIM medicines? No, this is not state-of-the-art. What could be or would be state-of-the-art regulation, that would be appropriate regulatory framework and harmonized approach for registration of TCIM medicinal products. So the Swiss Medicines Agency, for instance, took a more practical approach, quite different from the EU authorities, and they established a registration system in close communication with stakeholders. And that means that a simplified authorization procedure is possible for all categories of TNCM medicinal products. And the registration fees are quite reasonable compared to the registration fees in the European Union. There are still quite some obstacles to the acceptance of TNCM or TCIM in general, because in Europe, biomedicine is mainstream. It is conventional medicine. It is the norm. And that means that European health authorities and policymakers have not the slightest idea that biomedicine uses just a particular model of health and disease, and that there are other models as well. So there is ignorance about TNCM, and there is bias against it, and there is reluctance to overtly support TNCM among many European policymakers. So there is lots of work to do, and I would like to say a few words about Eurocam's role in this area. Eurocam is a European organization representing patients using TCIM and trained TCIM health professionals, medical doctors, veterinarians, and registered practitioners. And so we include and we represent around 60,000 organized patients and citizens, 250 national TCIM associations, and a substantial part of the 400,000 TCIM health professionals in this sector in Europe. And our aim is, as you can understand, is to promote the contribution of TCIM to sustainable patient-centered healthcare in Europe, and to advance the accessibility, affordability, and availability of TCIM. There are several organizations we engage with: WHO, European Parliament, European Commission, the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the Committee on Herbal Medicinal Products at the European Medicines Agency, the European Public Health Alliance, one of the biggest, largest, and most important lobbying organizations in the field of public health in Brussels, and the EU for Health Civil Society Alliance. And well, we feel very much supported by WHO, especially by this statement by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. Countries aiming to integrate the best of TNCM and conventional medicine would do well to look not only at the many differences between the two systems, but also at areas where both converge to help tackle the unique health challenges of the 21st century. In an ideal world, traditional medicine would be an option offered by a well-functioning, people-centered health system that balances curative services with preventive care. I thank you for your attention. You can find more information on what we as Eurocam do in Europe on our website. So thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Ton. I will see if there's any question in the chat of YouTube. But no, people just say thank you. Okay, there is one question about how they can access to the database of herbal medicine. It's the only question here, apparently.
I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat it, please?
That how they can access to the herbal medicine database. It's something like that.
You mean at the Herbal Medicinal Products Committee at,
I guess so. Is that
at the European Medicines Agency?
And I'm not sure if
I can put the website in the chat. I will do so. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Tom. Okay, so apparently it's not another question. So now we will have a panel with Dr. Thomas, with Dr. Tito, and with Dr. Frank. So I don't know if maybe you could stay with us. Because maybe after that panel, I guess that they will be more questions about the TCIM legislation. If it's okay for you, if you are able to join to that panel.
Yeah, I will be around. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Lucy, welcome. Your microphone is off. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel, the second panel about public policies and regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, TCIM, in Europe. Today, we will have three panelists to talk about public regulation and policies of TCIM in the health systems of European countries. It's a pleasure to introduce you at this moment to Dr. Thomas Britt-Crutz from Germany. He's a medical doctor. He's president of the Federation of Anthroposophic Medical Association. Dr. Britt-Crutz specialized as an internist with oncology, gastroenterology, cardiovascular disease, and general internal medicine as the main areas of clinical expertise. He did his doctoral thesis on the genetics of prostate cancer. He's a member of the executive board of the Physicians Association for Anthroposophic Medicine in Germany. Welcome, Dr. Thomas Britt-Crutz. We also have today Dr. Tito von Schoen-Angerer from Switzerland. Dr. Tito von Schoen-Angerer is a pediatrician specialized in anthroposophic medicine. He works for the International Federation of Anthroposophic Medical Associations he belongs to, and he's a member of the Swiss Medical Association. He's been a former director of Médecins Sans Frontières, a member of the Association des Médecins du Canton de Genève, Association of Physicians of the Canton of Geneva. Welcome, Dr. Tito von Schoen-Angerer. And also, he is a member of the Swiss Society of Pediatrics. We also welcome this morning to Dr. Frank Mulder from the United Kingdom. He is an anthroposophic general practitioner, graduated in Holland, and recently retired as a general practitioner working for the National Health System in Bristol, United Kingdom. He's a board member of the International Federation of Anthroposophic Medical Association, and he has served on the United Kingdom government's advisory body for the registration of homeopathic medicinal products for 15 years. Dr. Britt-Crutz will talk about regulatory and policy experiences of TCIM in Germany. And then we will have Dr. Tito von Schoen-Angerer talking about TCIM policy and regulatory experiences in Switzerland. And finally, Dr. Frank Mulder will talk about TCIM policy and regulation experiences in England. Welcome, Dr. Thomas Britt-Crutz.
Yes, thank you very much for this very kind introduction. And it's a pleasure, of course, for me to give you a little overview about the situation in Germany. And I try to prepare a presentation where you can see some outlines how the regulation for TCIM developed in the 1970s. You will see that the national scenario is a bit different than the general European scenario, as Ton presented it before. And I will give you some insights to more recent developments, which are part of policies in Germany now. So I will share my presentation. So I hope you can see it. Very good.
Yeah, we can see it.
Looking at my personal background, I'm a hospital doctor. So I'm leading a department for internal medicine and oncology and palliative care. I've been working long at the Filter Clinic, and this is one of the beautiful examples in Germany that we have integrative hospitals, often from anthroposophic traditions, but naturopathic hospitals as well. You can see here, for example, in the Filter Clinic, that's the acute care hospital for Stuttgart Airport. But at the same time, it's not only emergency and care for the general population, but a lot of specialization where integrative medicine has a big role to play. And the other hospital where I'm working now in the Black Forest, again, you will find all the recent technologies, endoscopy, CT scans, ultrasound techniques, interventions, chemotherapy, what we use in medicine. But you will find all sorts of natural medicines that we use in anthroposophic medicine, movement therapies, nursing applications, and we try to combine that. And that is somehow, that's the overview for Paracelsus. And what you can see there is not only our profile with internal medicine, oncology, and palliative care, but that we today work together with other hospitals as cooperation partners, doing research together, sending us patients from one hospital to another hospital, and something that I will tell you later when I finish my presentation is a really exciting development here in the southwest of Germany, where we founded a competence network for integrative medicine with a lot of big hospitals, university hospitals, cancer centers, and hospitals with a more long-standing tradition in the field of complementary and integrative medicine. And of course, in my hospital, for example, we have a lot of young doctors who studied medicine at some universities who offer complete training courses integrated in the normal medical studies. For example, the University Witten-Herdecke, when you study there as a young student in medicine, you can choose that you do a training in homeopathy, and that will be in parallel over the 6 years of medical studies, or in traditional Chinese medicine, or in anthroposophic medicine. And that's a great achievement. You can see it here if you look at the normal curriculum, and for example, at the anthroposophic curriculum, you will see that for every year you have the corresponding training content to what you learn in the normal medical study. And when we receive young doctors who did their studies like that, we're always very happy, because we know that, and this is not usual, we know that during their studies, they received a good training in one of these complementary medical disciplines. And last background, this will be an important part of my talk, is that I'm the chairperson now for, I think, about 15 years of the Commission C. That is one of the commissions in the German Authority for Drug Regulation, the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. And there we have special commissions for homeopathy, for phytotherapy and anthroposophic medicine. And I will tell you more later about that. So the history that there was a specific regulation developed for, let's say, complementary medicine in Germany that happened in the years 1975 and 76. And that was the debate about a new regulation, the so-called Second Medical Products Act. And that was the time when when the RCT was implemented as standard requirement for proof of effectiveness or efficacy when you want to get medicine registered and authorized by the state. And it was at the time after the Contergan, the thalidomide crisis, when the FDA started to ask for more strict safety procedures, and when many countries, and Germany one of those, started to ask for a solid proof of efficacy for medicines. And then, of course, when the RCT appeared that for every medicine with one indication, you should have double-blind studies, of course, a debate started what to do with the naturopathic, the homeopathic, the anthroposophic medicines being on the market at that time, unable to fulfill these requirements because the logic behind an indication, the logic what you do with the medicines, and of course the safety profile is something completely different from a newly developed cardiologic drug or a chemotherapeutic agent or whatsoever. And then there was a strong alliance in the general public. It was really a public discussion at that time, a discussion in the society with a lot of activities, a freedom of choice that patients should have the right to decide how they wish to be treated. That was a big thing. And of course, there were more than 7,000 medicines on the German market from the field of phytotherapy, homeopathy, and anthroposophic medicine. And then part of this discussion was that the Western German public was sensitized by the Third Reich, the Nazi experience. So there was a strong voice between nearly all parties in the Deutsche Bundestag, the parliament, that Germany should behave as an open society. And when there is a debate, what is a good medical treatment? And if there is a question on truth of different methods, and does homeopathy work or not, or how far does it work, that the state should not decide on questions of truth and on an open discourse with diverse opinions and diverse priorities in an open society. So finally, the parliament, the Deutsche Bundestag, give rise to a really innovative law at this time in favor of pluralism in medicine. So they said we need standards for conventional medicine, Western biomedicine. We need other standards for homeopathy. We need other standards for anthroposophic medicines. And each system which has a certain distribution in the country should send experts to these commissions and be part of the regulation. So that was really a very open-minded decision. And this decision for pluralism in medicine, that's very important. All the parties which were present at that time in the German parliament, they were in favor of that. So there were no dissenting votes, no no's for this decision. And this led to the regulation of anthroposophic and homeopathic and phytotherapeutic medicines. I will tell you a little bit. And that was a presentation I gave together with Professor Knös, who is the deputy leader of the Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany. And he is leading the division of besondere Therapierichtungen, so special therapeutic traditions. You could say that were the complementary traditions at that time in Germany. So in Germany, in the regulation, we have the full integration of homeopathic and anthroposophic medicines. There are units with special expertise in the BfArM, in the national authority. And of course, there are these 3 expert committees for anthroposophic, homeopathic, and herbal medicinal products. And the self-understanding, and that's not only politics, but the self-understanding in the authorities, in the ministry, is that we have a pluralistic system, and that we look back now to 45 years of successful national regulations. There were no real safety scandals. It's a very safe system. It's a high quality system. So in Germany, we do something which has a much higher level of pluralism and careful regulation for all these traditions, then you can find it on the general European level. And this is something amazing and disappointing at the same time, and difficult to understand. When you heard Ton Nicolai speaking about the European framework, you find that one of the two biggest countries in Germany have a regulation which is not opposite to what the framework in Europe gives, but that has a much higher level of differentiated approaches to these three traditions. And so my commission, the Commission C, with experts from anthroposophic medicine, patient representatives, specialists in biomathematics, in toxicology, and so on, we deal with all questions of market authorizations, with pharmacovigilance, with risk management, and of course, sometimes we have to pull something off the market. But the therapy traditions are fully involved in that. And this is the number of the medicinal products we have on the market in Germany. They are all in a pharmacovigilance system as well. And you can see the structure of these units in the BfArM. So there is, concerning the medicines regulation, there is really a full integration into the system of market authorization, safety, and pharmacovigilance in Germany. Of course, that is the status quo of 1975. We don't have such a system for traditional Chinese medicines. We don't have such a system for Ayurveda. Yeah, so in a way, you could say for the future, this model, which works good, could be enlarged to other traditions which now are stronger and stronger in Germany as well. But this system was developed in 1975 and it works until now. And of course, there are two types of marketing authorization: the registration without indication claim, or the marketing authorization with an indication claim. And how the indication is described, this is even again part of the therapeutic system. And the regulatory strategy of the BfArM is that there are common standards, there is no compromise concerning safety questions, but the particular characteristics of complementary medicine are taken into account, they are really considered. And of course, the balanced approach, which you find here down, regulatory decision must be balanced. This is a strong belief for all the regulatory the whole system. That means that you ask, is there a high risk for the medicine? For which kind of diseases is it used? And then you ask, what material of proof of efficacy is needed? What material for safety concerns is needed? So if you deal with a higher homeopathic potentization, for example, you don't need the same toxicology as you would need for belladonna in a D1, for example, or for phosphorus D2 or drugs like that. So the criteria for evaluation are discussed in the commissions, and we are happy. So the representatives of complementary medicine are happy with this regulatory system. The state is happy with the regulation, and the Federal Institute is happy with it. So looking now a bit at the larger perspective, in Germany we have, in the TCIM medical doctor societies, they have about 25,000 active members. And if we look at medical doctors with a certified training, it's quite a lot. It's about 55,000. So these are people with a certified training in acupuncture, in homeopathy, in anthroposophic medicine, in Ayurveda, in naturopathy. So it's quite a lot. We have 410,000 active doctors in Germany. And outside hospitals, we have 160,000. You can see, as most of the colleagues working with TCIMs are not working in hospitals, as I am, it's quite a lot. It's nearly a third with such a qualification. So this is not a minority. So looking now at the regulation for the profession of medical doctors, we have a system in Germany that for all medical doctors, we have the same studies. So in the study, the normal medical studies, there is basic knowledge about homeopathy, about anthroposophic medicine, about acupuncture. It's not deepened. So the normal content like anatomy, physiology, and later on the different fields of medicine, gynecology, internal medicine, surgery, neurosurgery, and so on. Everybody shares that. And then normally, after graduation follows specialization. So doctors normally have a specialization. This can be general practice. This can be gynecology, neurology, internal medicine, pediatrics, whatsoever. And the postgraduate medical training in TCIM works in parallel to that. So, for example, if you are a qualified acupuncturist in Germany, you will be a medical doctor who is a GP or who is a neurologist or who is an orthopedic surgeon. And in addition, she has an auxiliary designation, it's Zusatzbezeichnung, as it is called in Germany. And there are, again, this is complex. Sometimes we have on the national level these auxiliary designations, these certifications for the TCIM field. They are always given by medical chambers, and this exists on the federal state level or on the national level. And this is different for the different traditions in TCIM. And every medical doctor in Germany is allowed to prescribe TCIM medicines. Of course, if you would like to set needles, you have to be a qualified acupuncturist. It's not allowed just like that. But every doctor would be able to prescribe a homeopathic medicine or a mistletoe for cancer diseases, against cancer fatigue, for example. But the other question is not the right to prescribe, but the question, will it be reimbursed for the patients? Will they get their money by their health insurance? And there very often, the reimbursement is linked to the qualification and the training of the doctor. So a late development I would like to share with you for a few moments is that we, in the last years, see in the hospital sector more and more interest to integrate TCIM for severely ill people, mainly in oncology, but with infections as well, in cardiology as well, in pediatrics as well. And there the question arises now, how to set up standards for TCIM in hospitals. And a very innovative project is the Competence Network for Integrative Medicine in the southwest of Germany and the federal state of Baden-Württemberg. In the beginning, there were these 10 hospitals and the patronage by the state secretary in the Ministry of Health. Nowadays, these were the founding members. And nowadays, you can see the hospitals here, big and small hospitals, big university hospitals, really research centers, academic research centers. And in the middle, you see the ceremony with which the KIM came to birth, with the oncologist and the state secretary and me in the middle. Very proud. We were very proud that we got this support from the state. And today, there is 1.1 million euro for a 2 years period given by the state to build up this KIM and to do proper research and to work on best practices and pathways, clinical pathways. You can see that in 2021, we have now 16 hospitals and outpatient centers. You can see the structure is 3 university hospitals, 8 teaching hospitals, 3 general hospitals, and of course, a very, very high cancer care level, 9 clinical cancer centers and 2 comprehensive cancer centers out of 12 in Germany as a whole. So this is a high level of combination of modern oncology and TCIM. And what does the KIM do? We have all these TCIM traditions. And when we work together, we work on a definition that we reinvented for our hospitals. So it's based on what Tom Nicolai introduced, yeah. But we said for us as hospital people and in these academic surroundings, we say that integrative medicine is integrated into specialized hospital units. It's a meaningful combination of conventional complementary methods. It follows patients' needs and symptoms and is delivered in a patient-centered approach. It's performed in interdisciplinary teams and led by medical doctors with a double competence. So a doctor leading such a hospital unit should have a training in TCIM and should be specialized as a hospital doctor. And we work on all three pillars of evidence-based medicine, which means external evidence, internal evidence, so the experience we have in these hospitals and the patient's needs. So the KIM has oncology working groups for doctors and nurses and an oncology working group. And in this working group, we collect the best practices of all the hospitals. For common recommendations, we have a methodology team. So they look for the external evidence, they care for documentation, publication, evaluation. And we have an expert pool that for every hospital it's possible that training, counseling, job shadowing is feasible. And that's good because we are near to each other. Yeah, the southwest of Germany, you can travel from one to the other hospital in 2 to 3 hours. So it's easy to really collaborate in a very, very personal way. So trust and the team spirit generates because we meet, we see each other. And what we do now, the identification of best practices, it's always a symptom-oriented approach. So we don't work on every type of cancer, non-small cell and small cell lung cancers and breast and gastrointestinal, but we work, for example, on nausea and vomiting, on cancer fatigue, on pain syndromes, on side effects of chemotherapy, for example, chemotherapy-induced neuropathy. And then we look for every method from every tradition. We look with a scoring scale, what's about effectiveness, what's about training needs, how complicated is it to learn that, what's about costs and time, the feasibility. So we work to deliver something that other hospitals who want to implement TCIM practices, they can look at that and they can choose and say, okay, these are recommended best practices, and then they have a very clear idea what does it mean if they want to implement that. And we feel this is a big question for the next decade, how to integrate the integrative therapies. So how to choose what do you take from anthroposophic medicine, from acupuncture, from others, how to create sustainable models. And I wanted to share that because this is really new. That in the hospital field, we have these developments and it's part of the policy, health policy belongs to the federal states in Germany. And we see that this is now a new phase. When we started in 1975, it was about tolerance and pluralism. And now we are speaking about integrating, bringing together, collaborating densely, bringing together best practices, and really with the question, what helps most for a patient with a certain symptom? This is more than tolerance and pluralism. This is really integration. And we are happy that these first steps in this direction are happening now. And I wanted to show you in this TCIM summit that even with our KIM project, which is just the southwestern Baden-Württemberg, if I look at our member hospitals, with whom do they or do we collaborate? You can see that nowadays we really work together in this international TCIM community. I'm quite happy to see some people from PAHO and from the TCIM, the BVS, the Biblioteca, the Salud in South America. We have a strong collaboration with Brazil, with the PINPIC program there. And we are very happy to continue with this collaboration through borders and across continents. And that's why I'm very glad. And thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and to be able to give you this overview about the situation in Germany. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ritkutz. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. It inspires us because we public health people, we are really concerned of the question, the main question here, which is to improve access to health. And a lot of people is the only thing they have. And we are still in the academy. We need to work harder, and your experiences are quite inspiring. Thank you very much, Dr. Ritgers. And now is the turn to present the presentation of Dr. Tito von Schoen-Angerer from Switzerland. You're mute. Your micro is mute, Dr. Tito. Could you open your microphone, please? Your microphone is still off. It's in mute.
Yes, now it should be okay.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Reshare my screen. So thank you very much for inviting me today. And so I have the pleasure to talk to you about the situation in Switzerland, which I think is a very inspiring and positive story. I'm based in Geneva and working with the hospital in Fribourg. This is the city where I live at the Lake Geneva. And Geneva, as you know, is the site of also where we have the WHO headquarters, which gives us privilege to meet people easily here. Switzerland is a small country with 8.5 million, has 4 official languages. And what's special in Switzerland is really it's a semi-direct democracy. So there are frequent referendums or public votes on questions of public interest. And in 2009, we had a national referendum on complementary medicine. And 67% of the population voted in favor. And this now entered into the Swiss federal constitution. It says the confederation and the cantons shall, within the scope of their powers, ensure that consideration is given to complementary medicine. Now, this simple sentence has made a huge difference. And of course, was a big work to get there. Just see, okay. So what came with the referendum were 5 postulates, and I will go through them. One was the promotion of integrative medicine. The second is reimbursement of all treatments by a doctor by the compulsory social health insurance. 3, enhancement of complementary medicine in university teaching and research. 4 is national diploma for all complementary therapies. And 5 is simplified registration for medicines of complementary medicines. So promotion of integrative medicine is more straightforward. Actually now, since the referendum, the umbrella organization for complementary medicines gets state funding to do their work and able to represent all the stakeholders of complementary medicine. And we have, of course, different organizations representing complementary medicine. The union is the organization of physicians trained in complementary medicine methods, as particular as traditional Chinese medicine, homeopathy, phytotherapy, and anthroposophic medicine. And more lately, and I'm a pediatrician, that's why I'm active in this field, is we have also the Swiss Interest Group for Integrative Pediatrics, which is an official working group of the Swiss Society of Pediatrics. So the second one, and this is very important, is really the reimbursement of all the treatments by a doctor through the national health system. Basically in Switzerland, everybody is obliged to have health insurance and is thus covered by that. Now, in order to obtain this reimbursement, it was 3 criteria were applied. One was it has to be shown that this field had traditional use and a research tradition. There was reliance on scientific evidence and doctors' experience. And thirdly, that there was teaching in this complementary medicine field. Now, the first one is on the traditional use. This was had to be documented that of the complementary medical specialty had been present in Switzerland and Europe for 30 years. Again, here we're talking about mainly 4 methods, and this is Chinese traditional medicine, anthroposophic medicine, homeopathy, and phytotherapy, and that the research meets Swiss standards. Then the second aspect was that the Swiss government paid for health technology assessments to look at scientific evidence and doctors' experience. So there was a review of clinical studies on the entire spectrum of the complementary medical specialty, proof of benefit by exemplary indications, and then looking at systematic reviews and training situation. And this is just an example of the review that was done on anthroposophic medicine. And the third field was to ensure that the teaching is adequate for doctors. Basically, in Switzerland, you have 6 years university studies to become a medical doctor. Then you go into medical specialty training, internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, etc., which takes 5 to 6 years. And on top of that, then you can qualify in a complementary medicine field, get a specific diploma in either traditional Chinese medicine, homeopathy, phytotherapy, or anthroposophic medicine. And these are now diploma that are fully recognized by the Swiss Medical Association, FMH. Now, how is this practiced today in Switzerland? I will just give you a brief view of the hospitals we have. The oldest hospital, integrative medicine hospital in Switzerland, is the clinic Arlesheim, which integrates conventional and anthroposophic medicines in different specialties. And it's actually worldwide the first anthroposophic hospital and was founded in 1921. It's privately owned, but patients get their reimbursement through the basic health insurance system, and the hospital is run on that. The other one example is in the east of Switzerland, which is the biggest public hospital in St. Gallen, which has created a center for integrative medicine that provides a whole variety of outpatient therapies and inpatient therapies. It's fully integrated in the oncology service, for example, including anthroposophic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, osteopathy, and mindfulness, for example. So it's fully integrated into the public hospital. And the third example is from the public hospital of Fribourg. And here this has been integrated into the pediatric department, and they even established now the first center for integrative pediatrics in Switzerland. And this is which I had the honor to start up, and a colleague is leading now. And we have integrated anthroposophic medicine into the whole field of general pediatrics. And this hospital also, we had just a couple of weeks ago, the annual Congress for Pediatrics, Swiss Congress for Pediatrics was now under the theme of integrative medicine, integrative pediatrics. And so really exposed all Swiss pediatricians to this theme, and was very well received. But of course, most of traditional complementary and integrative medicine is practiced in outpatient practices by doctors and therapists. The third point is about the university teaching and research, which was the third angle of the referendum. And so following the vote, there was a revision of the law on medical professions. And that also says there needs to be adequate basic knowledge of the methods and therapy concepts in complementary medicines. And pharmacists need to know and to understand the scientific basis of the production, prescription documentation, and disposal of complementary medicines. And there was amendments to the Swiss Catalogue of Learning Objectives that was done. So basically all medical pharmacy and veterinary students in Switzerland need to have some basic course in complementary medicine. This is just half a day, but it's at least a first introduction that is given. Just showing you which universities now have gone a step further and really established institutes or centers on complementary medicine. And Bern University has a center for complementary medicine, which pillars on anthroposophic medicine, homeopathy, and traditional Chinese medicine. Zurich has an institute for complementary and integrative medicine with a main focus on acupuncture, phytotherapy, and mind-body medicine. And the University Hospital of Lausanne also now very recently has created a center, and Basel University has recently created a professorship, a chair in translational complementary medicine. So the only really university hospital in Switzerland that is missing is here in Geneva, and where I live. Now, I mentioned to you already that the doctors we have officially recognized diplomas in complementary medicine once they have also been specialized in their conventional specialty. But the next step was also to regulate the other therapies that are not doctors. And two things were created here. There is now a federal diploma in naturopathy. And so this can be in either one or four fields where students can graduate. So there can be a naturopath in traditional European naturopathy, traditional Chinese medicine, homeopathy, or Ayurveda medicine. And the second part is that there are federal diplomas in complementary medicine. These are therapist diplomas for a whole variety of therapies, and I'm sure the other therapies will be added there over time. So I think this is a big step forward because this gives the graduates a different status. It also means that they get reimbursed not by the basic health insurance, but by the complementary health insurance. But it also really assures a level of quality of training that then is provided to the population. And the last point is about the medications, about what has come now with the public vote, which is a simplified registration for medicines of complementary medicine. And it basically is now that the simplified registration can be done if compatible with requirements for quality, safety, efficacy, and with international commitments. And the simplified notification can be done if the requirements for simplified registration are met. The institute is entitled to accept a simple notification. Now, what does that mean? It means that for a given medication from, again, traditional medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, anthroposophic medicine, homeopathy, or phytotherapy, the pharmacological, toxicological, and clinical trials can be replaced by a bibliographic proof of efficacy and safety or by reports on clinical applications. So this is a very simplified procedure that is handled by Swissmedic, the Swiss National Regulatory Authorization. And there are also special solutions for small quantities, because some medications are rarely used. So if they're under 100 units per year, this is even further simplified. Now, this is, I think, overall works really well, but in the end, Swissmedic does still have some stringent bylaws, and the charges are not cheap for the manufacturers. But overall, I would say we have a very good availability of these medications, and with a very high safety record. So in conclusion, I think Switzerland really has had a very successful integration of complementary medicine into the health system on all levels: teaching and training diploma, research, registration of medications, and insurance reimbursement. Of course, there are challenges. The teaching for medical students are still very variable according to university. In many areas, the patient demand still outpaces the availability of doctors that are trained in complementary medicine. This is clearly the case here in Geneva, for example. And in outpatient care, yes, it's integrated into the system, but the doctors and therapists still often work in parallel. It means patients go to see their doctor, and then in parallel, they see different therapists, and they may not even know about each other that what their patient is doing. So there's still a way to go to improve. So that's what I wanted to present you about Switzerland, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schoenanger. And really, congratulations for your complete program, so your comprehensive program in Geneva, in Switzerland. Probably we'll ask you to comment more afterwards on the challenges you have to overcome to get these changes in the regulations. But it's a good lesson learned as a country-wise. No, thank you very much. And now it's a pleasure to present Dr. Frank Mulder from United Kingdom.
Good evening. Am I coming through?
Yes,
Perfect.
please.
Okay. Just before I say anything, my membership of the IVA board or my membership of the ABRH doesn't mean I represent their views. My views are my own, just to make that clear. I'm very happy to be asked for this 200th anniversary of the Peruvian state, because it feels a bit like coming home for me when I grew up in the Dutch West Indies, where every time we went into town, there was a little house that was octagonal. I still know what I'm talking about, so I'll land, be assured. But there was a little octagonal house in which was used by Simón Bolívar. And it was a timely reminder that in 1812, he lived there. And Simón Bolívar was very aware in his days that things from Europe are not necessarily good. I will expand on that, and I think it's a nice sort of starting point. To have that as the beginning, it's also good that Ton Nicolai and Thomas Breitkreutz and Tito von Schoenangerer have gone before me, because it relieves me of the task of going through things in a more meticulous detail, which is boring both for you and for me. And we could do much more interesting things. So I can speed through the European medicines legislation a little bit, and I will now do the screen share to have you subjected to the terrible text slides. And can you see this?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Why is it not working?
Perhaps you need to enter again, to leave and enter again.
Click. I could, in theory, do it without that. No. Files. No. Very strange. It worked when I started. No, that's no good to anybody.
Now we see your screen.
Your screen, you're sharing, but you need to point out to your presentation, I think.
Is this visible?
Here we go. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I start at the start. So basically, the short timeline is the, like most countries, there was the thalidomide disaster. Like most countries, there was a reaction in medicines legislation. And like most countries, we then became integral to bigger lumps in the political arena, in this case for the United Kingdom or England or Great Britain, depending on how you want to use the words. We had to follow the European Union, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. The core principles of the legislation had to do with the safety the quality and the efficacy. And of course, these are very good things. There is nothing to be said against safety or against quality or against efficacy. It is just how you use these concepts. And we just had a marvelous example from the Swiss reality, what that looks like in a country that has more than 700 years experience with being tolerant to the other reality. So Switzerland really has created a federative reality that gives space to a lot of things. And it is no coincidence that Switzerland has done this for 700 years. The European Union only started just after the war. So it's like 70 years old. It's too young to really be experienced. And when Britain joined the European Union in 1973, basically we already had a system where existing preparations were allowed to stay on the market. Again, this is a good thing. It respects the past. It is not a good thing because it doesn't open a pathway to the future. And we had to swallow in Britain the European Union Code, where there was a hierarchy of status linked to a hierarchy of evidence, or at least a perceived hierarchy of evidence. So we had a mismatch between the regulatory frame and what the reality on the ground was. And then something I want to come back to a little bit later is there is an inherent problem with the nature of evidence. It has been touched on by both Thomas Breitkreuz in the German context, and it is woven in beautifully in the Swiss situation, where the nature of evidence is taken to be something very subtle and that one has to deal with very carefully. Whereas in most countries at the moment, I'm afraid, including the United Kingdom, the evidence is still a little bit clumsy, a little bit crude, and a little bit over-focused on the randomized control trial as the standard. So what can one do in Britain? One can leave Europe. Brexit. I think this is generally a very good thing for all the wrong reasons, but it's a good thing in this respect. So there we are. We have these categories, which Ton already explained in detail. There is the full authorization, which is the full ticket. You have to do all the paperwork, all the tests, all the clinical trials, and so forth. There is the traditional herbal route, where things have to have been around for a while. You know, whatever tea you drink hasn't been around when your granny was alive. That's important. But you are only allowed so-called soft indications, not good. Why only soft indications? If something is used for something really serious, are you not allowed to have it? Or are you not allowed to say it? It's not a good system. The quality and efficacy can be on bibliographic assessment, but again, only for soft indications. Then there are the homeopathics. Ton already reflected on this, for dilute substances, substances that some cynics outside the scene would say have nothing in it. So why do you need safety? Okay, it will be safe because there's nothing in it. It again, like the herbals, is only for oral and external use. So what about things that are not for oral and external use, like injectables? They don't fit in. And the backlash of that is that if you say that there is no indication, which on the one hand is also good, because you use it for all sorts of situations, and it's not so easy to say it is for this or it is for that. And in Switzerland, they have this very beautiful sentence, exemplary indication. You can see that there is a lot of mileage in that. You don't lock yourself into one indication. You don't lock yourself into no indication. And you allow for it to be used by a clinician in a way that seems maybe different than you thought of before. So these are things that are important, but if you have no indication, it has a backlash in the reimbursement system, because some people will say if there is no evidence, then basically why should it be reimbursed? And therefore things become marginalized. So lower on the ladder of evidence means marginalization. And this is what we experience in the United Kingdom quite severely, where the NHS is effectively outlawing it, both homeopathy and herbal medicine. So the short version is homeopathy, no indication, traditional herbal, only a soft indication, and then full marketing authorization, the full works, including randomized clinical trials. The problems, existing products don't fit in. Herbal and homeopathic injectables don't fit in. Preparations that are less than 1 part per 10,000 don't fit in. Medicines commonly used for real hard indications don't fit in. Herbal preparations, compounds don't fit in, as Tom highlighted. The monographies only cover single herbs, not combinations thereof, which is the common practice. A tea with a bit of this and a bit of that doesn't fit in. New preparations don't fit in. And then we come to the limitations of the randomized controlled trial approach, and the question, where is the appropriate expertise, is a question that has been addressed in Germany and in England and in Switzerland in different ways. So there is patches. People know it's a problem. What do we do? National rules are allowed. And national rules are different in all countries. They apply to old preparations, but only with soft indication, not with no indication. They only apply when there is a safe dilution. I may come back to that a bit. But by being national, you are outside the common market, which was what the European Union was called, the common market. There is no common market. And then the minor indications and oral and external use only is also a problem. So there's only a few European countries that use this route, and it has dire consequences. The other patch is that there are committees that look at things that have so-called appropriate expertise. Germany has, from 1975, I think Thomas said, tried to work in this direction, and Thomas Breitkreuz has been on his own committee for anthroposophic medicine for the last 15 years. The United Kingdom has a special committee that is supposed to look at homeopathics, and there is a special committee to look at herbals. I've been on this homeopathic committee for 15 years, and it is suffering because it is what in English you call a round peg into a square hole, and it doesn't work. So the problems remaining. The common market has created a totally fragmented non-common market. Things cannot be exchanged between countries, so the common market is blocking free trade rather than supporting it. The reality of CAM practice or TCIM practice is not the threshold of 1 in 10,000, not the threshold of oral and external only, and includes compounds, includes also non-herbal ingredients, which is another problem. It includes injectables. So still a lot does not fit in. And why do we not have a no indication registration? Why do we not have free movement of medicinal products? Why do we not have new medicines? So is this a good time to leave the European Union? And again, for both, the soft indication is a marginalization. No indication is also a marginalization. So now we come to the problem of the randomized controlled trials. And this may sound a bit radical to some, but my experience is that in the framework of regulatory affairs, the specialists in the field already know this. So why don't they do anything about it? because they can't. They are bound. Randomized controlled trials are very good at single point efficacy assessment in a large population. The problem is doctors don't deal with large populations, they deal with individuals, and they don't deal with single point efficacy, they deal with context, and they don't deal with selected patients that have no other conditions to do the randomized controlled trial. They deal with patients who have multiple conditions and have multiple forms of medication. So RCTs are not very good at real-world individual patients with complex needs, complex preferences, complex conditions, and complex medications. The other thing is, as has been flagged, not only the dossier is extremely expensive to make, a randomized controlled trial adds at least that much once again. So RCTs are very good at protecting so-called patent medicines. But when it isn't a patent medicine that you can make lots of money with, they become unaffordable. So it's a marginalization yet again. And as a consequence, you can say that driving the RCT as the ultimate gold standard promotes a one truth for all approach, relying on protocol medicine. And everybody with experience in medicine knows protocols are very good things, but if you make them rule what you do, it's a very bad thing. They're not good for individual patients. So what do we do? Well, we rely on the individual doctor's experience. This is commonly referred to as anecdotal and is frowned upon, except by people who know what medicine is really about in the field. Casuistic observations are very good at highlighting the single patient's response and what is an interesting outcome. Suddenly, somebody with a melanoma turns around. You only need one or two of those to know that there is something really interesting going on. They are not very good, casuistic observations, at insights that you can easily generalize and apply on a population basis. They are quite good at documenting efficacy of non-patent medicines, but they do not support profitable industrial production at scale. And you can say that if you want to purely rely on just casuistics as the ultimate gold standard, then in a way it becomes a no rule. In English, you say it becomes a free for all. You can just do what you like, because you can always say, well, my feeling was, and in my experience, and so forth. And this is, of course, a problem as well. So in isolation, casuistic individual expertise approach risks becoming medical anarchy. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but in isolation, that is a risk. Randomized controls trials as a one truth for all protocol medicine approach in isolation is at risk of leading to medical fascism. And I say this with some caution, but the concept that this is the case actually was formulated in a Canadian publication some years ago. And you can see why it is that in Germany, there is such a decisive move against a one truth society. We need a pluralistic society, and good medical practice is informed by an appropriate and informed balance of both casuistic and RCT-based protocols. And the current system, unfortunately, is heavily biased against small-scale, non-patent, individualized medicines. So, conclusions. The European approach has all the hallmarks of an immature attempt, which has caused many problems and achieved the opposite of what are the stated aims of the European Union of an open market and patient access to medicine. It's a good attempt. If you want to do action research, it's always good to try something to then see how bad it is so you can do it better. Unfortunately, that is not happening in the European Union. The European Union is fighting for its life, and it's not interested at the moment very much in this kind of subtle philosophy, if you like. The European system, therefore, provides a clear example now of how not to do things. And the United Kingdom approach has suffered greatly from this. Unfortunately, Brexit will only be a part remedy. Hundreds, as already has been indicated by both Ton and Thomas, hundreds of herbal and homeopathic and anthroposophic medicines have disappeared off the market. And that is to the detriment of patients. And the patients need these medicines. One, in the current themes of thought, one, because antimicrobial resistance needs a completely pluralistic approach to be successful. At the moment, that is made impossible. Patients suffering from chronic conditions, as was in the presentation that Ton brought, need more than the options that they have, because the options that they have in conventional medicine don't stop their conditions from being chronic. They need more. And why shouldn't they have more? So the countries that are addressing these regulatory issues, they now have a great opportunity to follow the better examples and improve on those. And I would highlight especially Germany, but more specifically Switzerland, as this is best practice. This is where you should be looking. So, elements of the solution: awareness of and sensitivity to existing practice. You have to know what is the reality, what are you actually regulating. There needs to be an openness to medical and scientific pluralism. There is more than one truth other than what some people would like to have, who push for this one truth society, and their push is quite violent and vehement. And regulators have to resist that. There has to be proportionate legislation, so see Switzerland. It is imbalance. Everything recognizes the RCT and recognizes the individual expertise, recognizes the more than one reality, recognizes the different system, which all have the maturity, recognizes the need for further education. Look at that. A balanced and proportionate approach to evidence. So, thank you for being so attentive, and I'm sorry that you have pushed you beyond the edge of this program, the timetable, and I wish you all very good luck in doing something better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mulder. Yes, we are really looking forward to expand the benefits of all these learnings, these ancient learnings. And thank you also for the mention of our second centenary of Republic here in Peru. We are trying to see that this is a new opportunity for us to see our health system. And we have a lot of, a great number of people, a proportion of people who really have access to some level of health. But we are trying to build this a more comprehensive, a more wide approach of this system, so we can include this type of traditional medicine in our programs. Thank you very much to the three of you, Dr. Britkurz, Dr. Schoen-Angerer, and Dr. Mulder. And in fact, the system that Switzerland and Germany have been built, I was going to ask, I think we don't have much time for the questions, and we have received them, and we will try to answer through the organizers the response to them. But we were intrigued on the main challenges you had to overcome the political regulations, no? To get the political regulations. We all have, this is a very challenging process, and we know that this is the people who are the decision makers, but also how the population was approaching to that, and how was the preparation of the technical documents and so on as the three pillars to get the policy going. And if you can, in few words, say what was the main challenge and how you overcome those to get your regulations in your country. Thank you so much. For the three of you, please. Dr. Brits, please.
Yeah, so speaking about Germany, we are with the system that I presented. That's an old one. So when it developed 1975, 76, that was before my time. So when I grew up as a doctor, it was there. But what we see now is when we think integrative medicine means that every tradition comes out of a niche, yeah, that you collaborate. You do not only collaborate between one tradition, let's say acupuncture plus Western medicine, but you try to find ways how to make the best use of the different complementary traditions. That means that we need an open-mindedness, not only from the conventional doctors, but from the doctors in all these different traditions, that we are curious, that we want to learn from each other, that we collect best experiences. And I really have to say that with this TCIM experience, this is really a pleasure, yeah, that you work in a group of people with such sort of team spirit, curious, eager to learn, eager to contribute, and that's fine. And let me say something to South America. I've been a couple of times in Brazil and in Chile, and I feel that looking at the European Union in South America, with the PAHO organizational umbrella that you have for TCIM, this is really a good position. It is much better than what we have in Europe. Yeah, that there is a WHO sub-organization for the whole continent with common language, yeah, Spanish, okay, and Portuguese, okay, but I think you can do, there are options, possibilities, where you really can create something new and something which works better as in the EU, for example. So I would like to encourage you to make the best of your surrounding, which is unique in the world as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Thank
like
you,
to...
Dr. Brightquest. Dr. Hill, please.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. What I would like to highlight is dialogue. I mean, this referendum that happened in 2009, it did not come out of nowhere. This been a 20 years work before that. And it's been dialogue and bringing together the different organizations of the different complementary medicine field to work together to build the union, and then to establish really long-lasting, reliable relations with high-level politicians. So whenever there was a new minister, so they went to, it was not me, it was colleagues like Hans-Uli Ambolnico and others. They established these contacts, they maintained them. So it's a long work to build this, to get it up to that level. And then once the national referendum, it was passed, a lot of work continued to be done, because it's really the representation of mainly the doctors, but also the therapists that then worked in dialogue with the, with the administration, with Swissmedic and so on. And also getting it into the universities is not easy. There was actually quite a reluctance from university deans that were opposed also to the outcome of the referendum. And so it's again a matter of dialogue and showing, there are high-level researchers in this field which really have the credentials and have a dialogue to agree that there will be a chair. And this again needs also politicians. And so, yeah, it's a long investment, but it really bears its fruit for the population.
Definitely. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Schoenanger. And please, Dr. Mulder.
I would say only very briefly that one of the key elements in getting anywhere at all is to participate in the system as it is, and to to really also suffer with the regulators the consequences of what has been inflicted on them, and to sit around the table as much as possible. So when the possibility came to join the licensing committee, it was also a possibility for me to meet with these people regularly, and also the manufacturers met with them regularly, and over time it became clear that the terrible wild people they imagined were there were actually quite knowledgeable. They were fairly normal people who did a fairly normal job as a general practitioner or a pharmacist or a manufacturer of another kind, and that basically over time the respect has grown immensely. In a small country that may carry somewhat, in a lot, when you have a somewhat larger movement, you may achieve more in a shorter time. But remember that there's only very few of these doctors in the United Kingdom.
Thank you so much. Thank you really so much for sharing all your experiences and all the years you put in those experiences, so we can get today this sharing, a wonderful sharing. I just, as a matter of making a summary of in few words, I would say that if we, the countries, need to work on the regulations in our own countries, we need to see your experiences, dialogue, pluralism, to be sitting in the table all times possible and take advantage of every single opportunity we have. And the sooner we got this global referendum, the better for the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Tom. It's so good to see you again here and can share this experience. And yes, it's pretty exciting that the virtual let us meet in other way. So thank you a lot on behalf of all the organizing committee to be here sharing all these amazing experience from your countries, from all your region. I think that we will change our translator channels or our language, because now we will have a lecture in Spanish. Just let me know. Our beautiful and amazing streaming supporter team. We have an amazing team that is not visible, but all the information that you are receiving with all the layouts, the name, all that has an amazing job done for some colleagues from Brazil and Argentina. So it's a moment to say thank you to all of them. And also a moment to say thank you to all the Peruvian team, all the volunteers that are from Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Bolivia, Portugal, Spain, Italy, United States, Nicaragua, Cuba. So we have a few team of volunteers working in the chat of YouTube. So thank you to everyone that has been working to be this job possible. So please, Rocio, could you let me know if we will have to do a stop, or Dr. Carlos is there? Okay. Perfect. So Voy a hacer la pausa porque creo que hay que hacer un cambio de idioma.
I'm going to make a pause because we have to change language. Can you confirm?
Thank you, Lucy.
Hola, soy Chico, estoy reemplazando a Rocío en este momento como su máster.
Hello, I'm Chico. I'm replacing her right now as her master. Carlos is here, but his camera is not
Vamos a ver si
on, or perhaps we can't get started. Chico, would you like me to make the introduction of his talk meanwhile? from a university in Belgium. He has postdoctorate studies and merit distinction from the Universidad Nacional de San Marcos de Lima, and he has a long history as a researcher in this area. With no more to say, we thank Dr. Carlos Eduardo Maldonado for his presence here today. He will talk about a very interesting topic, the sciences of complexity. And we are going to see how this comes together with integrative medicine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalia. I must express my sincere thanks to the organizer of this summit, Dr. Villar. The participants have been enjoying the part of a former presentation, and with no more to say, I get started. I'd like to make a small proposal concerning how the sciences of complexity, a topic that many of us don't work on, can contribute to the second summit on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. My suggestion is elementary. We need lots of science, but very good science, because what's at stake is the people's health, life itself, and therefore, excuse me, doctor, can you please share your presentation in full screen? Yeah, sure. Yeah, when we transmit in YouTube, the PowerPoint is too small. We're still seeing the entire PowerPoint. Okay, right. Okay, very good. We're perfect now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because this is something we all coincide in. We have a passionate gamut of all kinds of medicine. I manifestly coincide with the importance of having an integrative and pluralistic vision that is not reductionist. But the condition for this integrative, pluralistic approach is fine-tuning our epistemological and scientific artifact. This is not necessarily difficult, but it requires preparation for what gathers us today. And what gathers us today is a sensitive issue. In the broadest sense, medicine is the science of health or the science of life, and it offers the most important gift that can be given to a human being. That is giving us life expectancies and hope. And this implies a very significant indetermination horizon, as from which we can acknowledge that perhaps health is the most important expression of life. So, for this second summit, we can, and I think this is an elementary suggestion, point out that everything that contributes to affirm life, to enhance life, caring for patients, and giving them life expectancies and hope is already medicine. Other debates are methodological, experimental, and pharmacological, and so on, would be debates that are completely negligible. So medicine is everything that contributes to enhance life and health, in all of its full sense. Now, if this makes sense, we can put on the table the set and very broad arena of different types of medicine. But to make those talk among themselves, I suggest four leading trends. Even if we take just one, it's okay. We need to understand the specificity of different approaches of therapies in semantic and epistemological and interdisciplinary terms. And we need to contribute to dignify human health and life, which is the most sacred we can have. Those four work lines are the ones we see on the screen. I insist that we should at least take one of them or go in depth in one of them. What do I mean? The study of specificities of science of complexity is graphs and theory of graphs, complex networks, topology, and non-classic lines provide us this kind of panorama. Don't worry about contents. This is just a pretext. This kind of relationships and maps are very interesting, and they can help us fine-tune how we expressly can make very good science in the process of integrating and having a common dialogue. Within the network spectrum, you have a representation of this kind, more or less. You have a better visual memory than mine. The context of network topology, this is a mathematical field, can lead us to these approaches. We have bus, tree, star, ring, connected, grid, fractal, and pseudo aleatory networks. When we study the theory of networks, we have different kinds of networks. The most important are the theory of small worlds. For the first time in the history of humanity, we live in a small world. And this small world, and this is something that is not difficult for someone with a basic scientific education to understand, that between an input and output, there are 6 or less degrees of separation. And watching these 6 or less degrees of separation give place to a kind of representation, connection, map of relationship that is precisely that in the small world. And here, a more technical thing, we can also have free scale networks or random networks. At the top, you have very good representations. You probably have seen them in more than one occasion. Some of us might work with them. On the right, you see random networks, and on the left, you see free scale networks. And it's interesting, and I will call your attention on what you see at the bottom of the screen, some mathematical elements. What does this think? That we must be able to very well acknowledge the structure of knowledge, and together with that, the structure of the world, to make it possible to have a dialogue among different asymmetric forms of medicine as a function of understanding the world, life, and the universe, and health, of course. There's danger here, and it's important in my presentation. I think I'd like to devote a few seconds to this. What is highlighted in some spaces of integrative or alternative processes in medicine is holism. And holism, an idea that came up in the 60s, is wishful thinking. Of course, it's much pleasant, more satisfactory to think that everything is connected with everything. So if everything is connected with everything, we have a holistic approach. And then in some spaces, we talk about therapies, approaches, or methods that are holistic, as if holism were scientifically sound understanding, even if it's quite broad in some spaces. So that's an elementary representation of a holistic network or topology. And what does that mean? That everything is connected to everything. Surprise! A good approach in complexity shows us that we have two things. One is that there are things that are more connected with others, and there are other things that are less connected with others. So allow me to go back to the first image I showed. Here, the cursor at the bottom is showing in this position a node that is not very much connected with the center. That's a good approach to tell you that there are things that are more connected than others and others that are less connected than others, first of all. Secondly, you can adopt approaches not in terms of complex networks, but in terms of topology. And using graph theory, some nodes, the white ones in this representation, are less connected, and there are some cores that are much more connected. You can see this representation, and this is very good science. I'm showing you this, which is very good science. Science of complex networks, topographies, graphs, intergraphs, non-classic logics. And I have this simple suggestion, which is to take distance with this very comfortable idea, this belief that everything is related with everything. First footnote, most of human beliefs are wrong. And in view of the pessimistic appearance of this first footnote, on the contrary, it shows a sense of education, research, science, philosophy, art, etc., which is refining bad beliefs from justified beliefs. Most human beliefs, no matter what area we are talking about, is wrong. And the idea is to sift the wrong ones to stay with the good beliefs or the right beliefs. And this is a very specific contribution I'd like to make thanks to the sciences of complexity. This acknowledgement means that if everything were connected with everything, then nothing would be relevant. But the fact that there are relevant things, these points of concern, of passion, sensitive, that come up as catalyzing processes or self-catalyzing networks, is the result that there are things that are much and better connected than others. It's fantastic because, and now I go into the core, I'm very much aware of the time allotted to me. I get into this graph, so you have an idea of what is my approach. So we find random networks. I'm going to talk about randomness in a second. And this is the acknowledgement that if everything is connected with everything, you are you introduce determinism, not wishing to introduce it. And that makes us nervous because it implies Cartesian and Newtonian meaning. In the context of this second summit, it's an eminently Western approach, that of biomedicine, which is reductionist and determinist. It's surprising because we start to accept in some spaces, and in some spaces, you accept it critically. So holism shows us or brings about determinism, and there's nothing more dangerous for caring for health and affirming life than determinism. Determinism is very much related to reductionism and mechanicism. So we find ourselves with the most passionate and difficult space from the theoretical or epistemological point of view. Also the emotional, psychological, and affective points of view. The most difficult of all problems that give way to complexity and to the size of complexity. We have to acknowledge, identify the role of randomness. And in this case, I'm inclusive. I'm talking about hazard in the economy of the universe. I will never say that life is random or that health is contingent. What I'm saying is that there is a component of contingency, that there is a small component of randomness in the world, in nature, and realities in your life and mine, in the important topics we are interested in, particularly health. So it's necessary to step back, to say it prudently and sensibly regarding determinism. I suggest that we need to acknowledge that taking some distance vis-a-vis determinism means taking some distance vis-a-vis holism. That's very important. Well, and in your life, my life, in the world, nature, and the universe, there are things that come up without any reason. And there are things that come up without a reason better than another. I'm not saying that everything happens without a reason. And I will never say that things happen capriciously because of any reason. What I'm saying is that there are things, and I will refine this at the end of this brief presentation, that have no reason better than another one behind. And if this has a meaning, we can learn and remember the importance of small world networks, random networks, free scale networks, complex graphs, hypergraphs, and others. That is surprising because atavically, you and I, well, the people prefer to have a bad reason to having no reason. And a bad reason is believing that everything is connected to everything, is believing that this happens because of some reason that I don't know, but someone or something knows. And those who know about mathematics, a history of science, physics, know that that figure is the devil of Laplace. You don't know it, but there's a devil, and modernity is full of devils, like the one of Marxet, etc., who knows why things happen and happen as they happen.
Well, that's a bad way of understanding this. It's a bad way of, it's the reason why we have such a bad science. So what we can do, well, what you can say is that there is a degree distribution. And the degree distribution this shows us that there are red networks that are capriciously connected, and there are random networks. And this is very important because this will lead us to the non-classical logics. Presently, the most important and intelligent, scientific, and significant of differences are not the direct differences. For example, these are the indirect differences, and the indirect differences are very broad, much more broad than they are much more they are broader than you and I think. And there are a series of authors that can tell you that show us this type of things, which is what I am suggesting. So keep the main message I want to tell you. There are types of networks. For example, the random network, the free scale network, the hierarchical network. So the sensitivity, the intelligence of the patient, of the physician, of the society lies in identifying what kind of network we are developing, because not all networks serve for everything and not all networks explain everything. So in visual terms, you have on the upper part a representation that, well, this is done through computer programming. You see the complex networks, and on the lower part you see the elementary representations of mathematical equations. And so the idea of the universe is fundamental. It's more or less in this type of representation, the one you have on the upper left, on the upper right, these very complicated networks. Well, but the idea is that they are complex networks. There are ways that not connected or very poorly connected nodes, and very poorly connected nodes, and other nodes that are connected to clusters or holes that brings about the complexity of graphs and hypergraphs, etc. And this panorama is very important fundamentally to understand two things. First of all, the comprehension of life and health, and on the other hand, to understand the issues that are at stake in this Congress, a mise en scène of different ways, and sometimes asymmetric ways of medicine and other things. Carlos, we have 8 minutes left. Yes, thank you. I'm finishing. So we need a lot of information and much science, and very good science. And of course, well, I believe this is my last slide. On the left part, you have the elements that we were suggesting, and on the right, the specificities, the specific things that are here. Holism is a very popular point of view, but holistic points of view are not always justified. The complexity of medical treatments goes through through recognizing four areas that we, the ones that are interested in life sciences, etc., do not know and or do know and have worked on. Theory of complex networks, topology, graph theory, and hypergraphs, and non-classical logics. This is what I wanted to share with you, and I would like to tell you again that I am very grateful to the organizers and my best wishes for a successful Congress. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos, for this very enthusiastic presentation. I believe that it really brings us all to be more interested in physics and sciences. I believe there are some researchers and colleagues that would be very interested in asking certain questions or, well, I have Carlos chat on YouTube. He sent very many thanks for the presentation, and well, everybody is very grateful to you. There are no questions from the audience, so I believe that we can close today's session. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, for having accompanied us with this presentation. I see that your mic is off. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with me today. For to all the participants, this is the marvelous side and benefits of this type of networks, because we can overcome space and time. And this is what leads us to think and achieve a better health. Thank you, Dr. Carlos, and thank you to the whole technical team, to the support team, to the interpreters that were here during the morning session, and to all our volunteers in the YouTube channels and the volunteers in logistics. So we will have a break. Can you tell me, please, how many minutes we will have of break we will have before starting the second part of our conference? Yes, well, it's a lunch break for those who are well, basically for South America and, well, for the American continent. And so now we will stop the transmission in the YouTube channels, but we will give you the link on the chat so that you can have access to the YouTube channels. And if you want to follow the YouTube channel, well, if you follow one of the both TV channels, you can see the playlist for live videos, and on the left side, no, on your left side, on your right side, and on that playlist you can see the other links of the transmissions this afternoon, both in English and in Spanish. So we thank you very much for your presence today. And well, I want them to confirm me at what time, they will start again in Peru. so that you can know at what time the next transmission starts. At 14:30, 2:30 p.m. in Peru. That means that we reconvene in 50 minutes. So that's that means 4:30 p.m. for Brazil and Argentina, and I believe that you see a clock here of what time it will be in Europe, Asia, Australia, etc. So thank you everybody, and we will see each other again very soon.